Welcome guys to Web3 Mantra. So how you guys are doing? So guys, finally this project is out. You guys were waiting for very long. So guys, let's see the demo of this project very first. But before that, I will tell you we are going to use very first Solidity. We are going to use Solidity to write our smart contract. And the second thing, we will use ethers.js, and we will use React.js to create our front end application, and to style the front end we will use Tailwindcss. Okay, these are the important ingredients we are going to use to create this decentralized application. Now let's go to this application and see what this thing can do, right? So yeah, I am here. We will also deploy this, guys. We will deploy it on Vercel, and you can access it from anywhere. And now if I connect to MetaMask, very first my login page, of course, and it would ask me to select the accounts you want to connect. Let's say I want to connect 3 accounts here. I will click on next and connect here. Okay, now this is my first account, guys, and here my balance is 15.67 Drinky Ether, right? If I go to my MetaMask, and here if I switch my account through MetaMask, the switch will reflect here. The change will reflect here, and also my balance is updated here. And you can do it with more accounts too. And here, guys, we will also deploy the smart contract in multi-chains, so that we can use this application in multi-chains, right? Now I'm in Ropsten. If I go to Rinkiby, no, actually I am in Rinkiby. Let's go to Ropsten, guys, and I will go to Ropsten, and everything will work fine. My balance is updated, my address here, and the same thing goes with Polygon Mumbai, right? You can use Polygon Mumbai too. And I will head back to Rinkiby like that. And if you guys made any changes using MetaMask, okay, the changes will reflect here. Like if I go to Polygon testnet, the changes is reflected here. But guys, if you select any other chains rather than Ropsten, Polygon or Rinkiby, what this application will do, let's say if I selected Ethereum mainnet, it will log out from there, right? So let's again log in and see more functionality of this application. Okay, I have to, here it is showing me that you can only access with Ropsten, Rinkiby and Polygon Mumbai, right? This is amazing, guys. Now let's go to my Rinkiby testnet, and here I will connect with MetaMask. And guys, first of all, this application doesn't have to do anything with PayPal, so I've just named it so because it is a little transaction payment application for Web3, right? That is why I named it so. And here, guys, I'm back in my application, and let's very first I'm going to show you the transaction function, right? So I will copy this address and head back to the first address, connect this one, and let's paste the address. Now let's say I want to send him 0.2 ether or whatever the amount is, right? I will click on transfer, and a good loading screen will appear, and also my MetaMask pop-up is appeared. Now it is showing me that the application wants to send, wait a minute, the application wants to send 0.2 Rinkiby ETH. If I confirm the transaction from here, and we have to wait a bit. And guys, here it shows me that transaction is successful. Now guys, we also have the section of recent transaction and global transaction. If I go to recent transaction, it will show me all of the transaction I have done, right? So right now I have sent 0.2 ether, it is here. And if I click on this view transaction button, it will take me to the blockchain explorer, and here you can see everything is visible here, right? And this is amazing, guys. Now it is also showing me the symbol of that currency which has been transferred. We can also transfer ERC20 tokens here. I will show you in a little bit. and in my global transaction section it will show me the amount has been transferred to which account and from which account, and you can see this transaction in Explorer also, right? So it is working fine, and it is my recipient section, right? So what is why will we use this? So guys, that is why you don't have to remember the name, the addresses of person whom you want to send the funds, right? So you might have seen in many of the payment application or banks application the recipient thing. So here is this thing. Okay, let's say I want to create a new recipient. So I will copy any of my address. Let's say I want this one, and go to my first account. Let's paste its address, and I have to write its name. So let's say his name is Bill Gates. Okay, I want to send the funds to Bill Gates. I will click on add recipient, and we have to pay gas fee also, because everything is decentralized here, so you have to pay the gas fee a bit. Okay, so I will confirm the transaction from here. And we will wait a bit, guys. Okay, recipient saved successfully, and here it is now, Bill Gates, and the address is here. So now you don't have to remember the addresses of these, you can simply call it using the name, right? And if I click on this button, it's not a button, if I click on this div here, it is saying me that selected the Bill Gates address. What is this, man? This means if I go to back my send.js, it will select the address here. Right now, if I remove this address and go back to my recipients, let's say I want to select the Elon's address, so I will click on this and it will say selected the Elon's address. Now head back to send.js, and the address is selected here, of course, right? And now I can simply transfer the amount. So you guys have known that what is your recipient section doing the recent transaction and global transaction. And the last thing I want to show you is ERC20 transfer. Okay, and this is the main thing also. So I'm going to, so guys, I have only Chainlink funds, so I am going to copy the Chainlink address. You have to paste the ERC20 token address. Okay, you can do the same thing with any of the ERC20, but right now I only have funds of my ERC Chainlink token, and even it is not real, they are faucet funds for my testnet, right? So I have 52.2 link here. Now guys, if I okay, very first I'm going to show you how to transfer them. I want to send one Chainlink token to this address, right? And if I click on transfer here, and my MetaMask pop-up will appear, of course. I will confirm the transaction, and we will wait a bit, guys. And guys, here, so for in my case of ERC20 transfer, I have to separately save the transaction to the blockchain. So it will ask me if you want to save or not. If you want to save, if you will save, your transaction will appear in recent transaction and global transaction. If you ignore this, it would not appear here. So I can also see the transaction from here. I will say view transaction, and it is working fine. And now guys, let's say if I want to save the transaction. So for this I have to pay a little gas fee to save this transaction to blockchain, because this all data will go to the smart contract we will write, sorry. So here I have to wait a bit. And here guys, it is showing that transaction saved successfully. Now if I go to my recent transaction, and it will show me the link I've sent right now. So I've sent one chain link token. If I go click on view transaction here, this transaction happened 32 seconds ago, right? Okay, it is showing me correctly, and in my global transaction it would show all of these transactions. Okay guys, now you have see this. Now guys, if I can do this with any ERC20 token, right? I don't have to do it with a single token like Chainlink, or because ERC20 is an standard. So we can do, if I remove this, it will remove the token and my balance will update it with my native currency. So I will paste the other ERC20 address, and if I select this one, okay, it is saying this token name is pair token and the balance for it is 0 right now, and the symbol is PT. Okay, you can do this with any of the token and with any of the chain. Well guys, this is the whole demo, and I hope you have liked this project. And guys, before moving forward, I'm going to say sorry for my bad English or poor English in this whole video, but the thing is, and which matter, is that I tried, right? And with that in our minds, let's move forward and start coding, guys. Well guys, let's start writing smart contract for our project, and for that I am going to use Remix IDE, and you can access this through remix.ethereum.org. Okay, so I've created a blank workspace for writing this smart contract because I don't want other files. It will be a mess, right? So I'm going to create a new file in here, and I will name it paypal.sol. So here it will create my blank Solidity file. Now I can start writing my smart contracts. So before writing that, I have to create a basic syntax of our Solidity file, which is a license identifier and a definition, and I will say, and declaring a contract name. Okay, so after that we will write functionality to that contract. So very first I'm going to write a license identifier here, okay, which is unlicensed in my case. So I will zoom it a little bit so that you guys can see it clear. Okay, okay, so we have defined the license identifier. It is not necessary, but still it is a good practice, because Remix ID will throw you error if you didn't define it. Okay, so now you have to define the Solidity compiler your contract going to be used. So I'm gonna write here pragma Solidity, and I am going to use greater than equal to 0.7.0. okay, and now let's define contract. So our contract name will be PayPal. Okay, so now we are good to go. We can define our functionality, our functions, our variables inside this contract. So in this project, guys, this contract is not going to be very we will say complex. It is going to be very simple. You will understand it, and I will show you by some test we will put in Remix. Okay, so let's start implementing. So before moving forward, I want you guys to check this option right here. Okay, it is generate contract metadata. This will generate your metadata. It means your bytecode and your ABI in this artifacts directory. Okay, so I want you guys to check it, and after that we can start writing our functions of our contract. Okay, well guys, let's define the very first and the most important function of our smart contract, which is transfer function. Okay, so I'm going to name it as underscore transfer. And why I am starting it with underscore? Because transfer is a reserved keyword in my Solidity, so I can't use it as function name. So, and this function is going to take two parameters. Okay, actually it is going to take two arguments, and I'm passing here two parameters. The very first is going to be the address to whom the sender wants to send money. Okay, and the second one is going to be symbol of the currency. Like if you send ether, it will be ETH. If you send Polygon Matic, it will be a Matic. So the symbol of the currency, we have to also put that. Okay, because so that we can keep track of every transaction, even if it is ERC20 token or the native currency of the chain, doesn't matter. We are going to keep track of all the transactions. Okay, so let's define our parameters here. Address, and the address we will be payable. Okay, and the second one is string, which is symbol. Okay, so it will be in memory, and the variable name I'm going to it is symbol. Now we also have to define the visibility for our function. So this function will be public, and it also will be payable, of course. So our function has been defined, and now I have to write the logic to actually transfer the funds to the given address. Okay, so it is very simple. I will simply write _2, which is the given address, this one here. Okay, and I will say transfer and msg dot value. So the reserved keyword we were talking about earlier was this transfer function. This will transfer the amount that has been put inside this parenthesis to the given address. Okay, so it is msg dot value, guys. I don't know if it is visible to you guys or not, but this is msg right here. Okay, so it is a global variable. msg dot value will give me the value that the sender has put by his side. Okay, we will show this function in a little bit. We will see this. We will put test in it. Okay, so before that, Remix is throwing me some warning. Okay, we haven't used symbol anywhere right now, but it's okay. It's an warning. It's not actually an error. Our Solidity file is compiled successfully, so I can actually test it right now. If I deployed the contract, and here it generates the instance of the contract for me. Now let's check if it is transferring the funds or not. So I am going to copy this address here, and I will paste it here, and we have to also pass the symbol of that currency. If I say it is ETH, and now I'm going to select the previous address, and I will pass value here. This is the value. msg dot value capture this value. Okay, did you got that? And now I will select ether from here, and if I click on transfer, so yeah, it is successfully transferred. Now if I check the balances of these address, you guys can clearly see that it was 99 earlier, 99 point something, and now it is 89, and it was 100. The second one have 100 ether, now it have 110 ether. That means our function is working properly as we expected. Now we can define other functions and functionalities. Well guys, now I am defining an event which will keep track of all of the transaction. Okay, so let's define it, and I'm going to name it transactions, and this will have 4 parameters, guys. The very first is going to be the from, means the transaction happened from, and the second is going to be address to, and amount, and the fourth parameters is going to be symbol, of course. Okay, so I've defined an event here, and actually I want this from address to be indexed. Okay, so this index keyword, guys, here will allow me to filter all the transaction, means it allow me to filter all the events. So now I can emit the event from this function. So I'm going to emit transaction, and of course it will take 4 arguments, so I have to pass it here. The very first is going to be the from, the address from, so it is msg.sender in this case, and the The second one is 2 and we have it, and the third one was amount. Okay, so amount is msg.value. I hope you have got the point. msg.value, it will return the value entered by the user, entered by the sender. Okay, and the fourth one is going to be symbol, and we have also, okay, I can pass here symbol like that because we have it in this parameter. So now event is emitted through here. Now I can define other functions in this contract. Well guys, now I can define other functions of the contract, and the second function is going to be saveTX. Okay, so you guys might be thinking why I need this save transaction function. I had this transfer function in here which was emitting the transaction and keep record of the transactions. But guys, this transfer function here will only allow me to transfer the native currencies of the chain. Like if I am using Ethereum chain, it will allow me to send the Ether only, and if I'm using Polygon chain, it will allow me to transfer the Matic currency. Okay, so it won't allow me to transfer any other ERC20 token. So but I have shown you in the demo guys that we will keep tracking of the ERC20 transfers also. So this function will emit the transactions with the ERC20 transfers. Okay, so it will take a few parameters, and the very first is address, which will be from, and the second one is address to, and the amount of course, and the last one symbol. Okay, and it will be a public function. Now this function will only emit the transfers to the transaction. I'm not defining any logic to actually transfer the ERC20 token through this function. The logic to transfer the ERC20 token, we will put it in React using ether.js. Okay, so this will only emit the transactions. Okay, so here I'm putting from, to, and amount, and the last one symbol. Well guys, this saveTX function here will help me to keep track of ERC20 transfers also. Now I can define another function here, and the last function is going to be the recipient function. Okay, recipients guys, you might have seen in banks application, like if you use any of the bank application or any other payment application, it has some recipients list. Like you don't need to remember their account. In this case, you don't need to remember their address. You can actually add your recipients and keep track of their accounts by their name. So I hope you have got the point. Now let's define the function. And it is add recipient. It is going to take recipient address as a parameter and also his name. Okay, so that you can check the address of your recipient by his name. So why it is throwing me error, I don't know. Okay, so it is because I haven't read the syntax correctly. Okay, now I will emit also event here, so I have to define an event also here, and we are going to add all the recipients to an event. I'm not going to use array or something struct here because event is the better way to do that. Okay, recipients, and it will have address which will be indexed to filter the transaction. No, not actually transaction, to filter the recipients. Okay, so address indexed and recipient of, because guys this event will have all the recipients, like it won't have only yours or mine, it will have all the users recipients. So I won't show them only their recipients. That's why I have put indexed in here, so that I can filter the data. And the second one is going to be recipients, recipient, and the third one is his name, recipient's name. Okay, so we have defined the event here. Now okay, I can actually emit the recipient event from here. Okay, I will emit recipients, and I have to pass the arguments here. So the first one is going to be msg.sender will be the recipient of course, because it is adding to its list. So it is going to be msg.sender, and the recipient address, he must provide recipient address to save it as a recipient. Okay, and the third one is going to be his name. So far so good, guys. Oh, but it is actually throwing an error. Let's check it out. Function address okay guys, this is throwing error because I haven't put any visibility for this function, so I have to define it as public. Okay, so now our smart contract is completed. Well guys, we have wrote our smart contract, and I will make it visible to you guys that you can see the whole code in one frame. Okay, I hope it is visible to you now, and I will also change the theme so that the every keyword like MSG would also be visible to you guys, and I will use this one. And now okay, now you can take a glimpse in this code, and if you don't want to write it by yourself, you can check out the GitHub repo. I will put link in the description box. Okay, so now guys, we will move to the front end section. We will install React, and for now I'm not going to do anything with this contract. We will deploy it later, and when we use it. Okay, so yeah, let's move forward. Well guys, now let's install our React. So open your terminal in here, and you have to simply type a command which is npx create react app and the application name, which I'll be use as PayPal. Okay, and hit enter, and the npx will start installing your React application, and it will take few time guys. It will take few minutes, so until then I am going to pause the recording. I will continue it later. Okay, well guys, now the React has been installed successfully, and this process took about 2 to 3 minutes guys. And now I can actually open this project in my Visual Studio Code. So yeah, okay, now this project is open in my Visual Studio Code, and I can start doing things, right? And the very first thing we will do is install the packages we are going to need in this project. Okay, so let's install them also. Well guys, I will install 2 extra packages here which I'm going to need, and let's install them. Npm install, and the first one is going to be ethers. Of course, ether is very important for this project, and the second one is React loader spinner. So React loader spinner will help us to generate the loading screens while the processing is running on. Okay, so, you have got the point guys. Now I'll put enter, and we have to wait until these packages are installed. Okay, so I'll take you to the browser, and we will also configure Tailwind here, Tailwind to styling section. Okay, so we will use Tailwind, and I'm going to their website. And guys, we will use post CSS, and we have to configure it, and the steps are given here. You have to do the same things, and you can use your Tailwind CSS in your project. Okay, so I'll see if it is installed or not. Yes, so my ethers and React loader spinner has been installed. Now I will start configuring my Tailwind CSS, and before that I also need to install them too. Okay, I'll paste it here, and it will start installing these packages too, and we will wait a bit, guys. Okay, these are installed very fast, and after that npx tailwind css init, you have to hit the command, and yeah, so a blank tailwind.config.js file is created in here. Now we can do the further steps to configure the Tailwind CSS, and the second one is add post css.config.js. okay, so I have to create this file also. I will create it here, not in my src folder but in my root folder. Okay, so post css dot wait a minute, post css dot config.js. okay, and I have to put this code in my posts file. Okay, I'll copy it and paste it here. I'll paste it here, I'll save it, and the second thing, to copy this and paste it in tailwind.config.js. and guys, you have to define path here that you will use in your JavaScript files. So I have to define paths in here. The first path is correct .src / okay, so I think it is enough because I don't need this Tailwind CSS in my others folder. I will create all of my components in this src folder, so it will work perfectly fine. Okay, so this thing is done now. Okay, so now we have to simply put these things, Tailwind base components and utilities, in our CSS file, which will be the main CSS file for this project, and it is index.js in my case. I will remove them all and I will paste it, and now guys, we are good to go. We can check out our React, is it working perfectly fine or not. So let's check it. Now guys, we have to check if everything is working fine or not. So to run the React application, I have to simply write npm start. Okay, and this will start the development server in localhost. So yeah, React is configured properly. Now I have to check if Tailwind CSS is working or not. So before that I will remove this extra text here. I don't want it, and I will write the, okay, let's see, h1 here, and PayPal. Let's give it a class name, and I will say text red. Now we will know that if Tailwind is working fine or not. Okay, so it didn't actually text red. Okay, I haven't give the density of the color, like 500 400, right? Okay, now if I save that and let's check this out. Okay, so Tailwind is also configured properly, everything is working fine. Okay, and now I can start styling. Before that, I will remove extra files which I don't need, like app.css, I don't need it, app.test.js, and okay, that's fine, that's all. Now let's start configuring, and before that, it is throwing me an error, not found app.css. okay, so I have to remove it from here too. Yeah, now I can start styling my application. And guys, if you want Tailwind and React snippets, I will suggest you extension to download. If I go to extensions tab, and yeah, this one, you could download the Tailwind CSS intelligence. This will give you snippets for Tailwind CSS. And the second one I'll suggest to you guys is ES7 React Redux snippets. It will make our development faster. I will say writing code faster. So, and now we can move ahead. Okay guys, so very first come to app.js, and we will start our project journey from here, right? And import use state from React, and okay, fine. Now I will remove this PayPal heading here. And before that guys, I will create a new folder in my src which will have components. Okay, which will have components of this project. Okay, so let's also define a few components before we move forward. And the very first is header.js, of course. Okay, so I've told you about React snippets. It is, if I say RFCE, it will throw me this code, and it makes our coding faster, development faster. Okay, so we have made the header file, and I will also create a main.js which will contain our home page. Okay, you will know in very little bit, but for now let's just define these. Okay, so RAFCE, and yep, and the last for now is login.js. Okay, and same for that. Right, now I can write code in my app.js to show the components conditionally, right? I want my login page to show login page in very first, but after the user get login using MetaMask, I want to show the header and main file. So let's write the logic for it. Well guys, so very first I am going to give class name to the main div, right? It will be, I will say, min width full, and height to be screen, means 100 VH, right? And it will contain condition, guys. We will use ternary operator here, and the condition will be for login. So I am going to define a state here, which is my login comma set login use state, and initially the login will be false. Okay, so after the user confirm the login by MetaMask, then we will say that this state will be true, right? So let's write logic in here. I will say if login is true, right? If login is true, I want to show them the main application, and which will contain my header file. So I have to import these also, header file and then my main file. Okay, main component. And if this is not true, if login is false, I wanna say that show them the login screen actually, right? So I hope it will work fine, right? So let's import them also. I will say import header from /components and header, and the same thing for main and main and my login component. Okay, yeah, why it is throwing me error? Let's check it out. Expression expected. What? Okay guys, it is throwing me error because I didn't wrap this component to a parent component, right? I have to do that or React will keep throwing me this error, right? So I will define a div here too, and let's give the class name to this div, which will be min w full, minimum width full, and minimum height full. Full means 100%, guys. So the tailwind spinits will also show you this css right here, right? So which is great thing. And I will close this div after my condition get executed right here. So okay, it is still saying something expected. No, actually I have to close the div right here, right? And let's see if it is working fine now. Okay, let's move down the command here, and yeah, now it is fine. And this is a simple logic that if login is true, show me the main application. If it is not true, show me the login screen, right? Now let's check if it is working fine or not. I will go to my browser. So right now it is in login page. Why? Because initially my state is false. So if I pass here true and check here, so wow, it is showing me the main application. Okay, so this logic is working fine. Now I can actually style the components, right? So let's do it, guys. So I will make again the login initially to be false, and guys, I have copied a background color, and I found it interesting. I found it very attractive. You can use another background gradient, but for me it is fine, and the code is right here. You can do the same. You can use the same background color if you want. Now if I go to application and look at this, guys, this is looking beautiful. This a violet gradient, a blue gradient is amazing for me. Okay, so you can use as you want it. Now let's style the login page, guys. Now I will style the login page, and yeah, so this is going to be main div, and let's give some styling to it also. And which will be, first I want it to be minimum width full, and its height will be 4 by 5. Why? Because it will be in center. You guys will see it in a little bit. For now let's just define these styles, and it will be a flex. I will say justify center, and flex will be column, and item center, it means align item center, and justify content center, flex column. So Tailwind CSS is amazing tool, guys. You don't have to write the long CSS codes. You have to simply put the classes and everything will work the same and good. So this is the main div for our login page, and guys, I am going to need some images also, so I will download it from internet, and I will simply put it in my public folder, and you guys can get these images from the GitHub link, from GitHub repo, and I will provide the link in the description box. So I will be back with these images. Okay, well guys, I am back with these images, which will be MetaMask, PayPal, and Polygon, and also Ethereum SVG. So you guys can get this from GitHub. You don't have to worry about these images. Okay, so now let's style our login page, and the next thing I am going to need is a img, and I will pass it a class name, and For now, let's set this to 20 height. Okay, and the source of the image will be paypal.png. So I can directly write the file name like it is paypal.png right here, because it is in my public folder. So I can directly write its name. I don't have to worry about the path. Okay, so if I save it and go to my browser, yeah, it is actually looking beautiful. Let's now define other components too. So after image, I want a div, right, which will have my login button. A div, let's give the class name to it also. Let's say its width will be 1/3 and its height will be 40, margin top 4, and I will give its BG to black. BG is set to be black, and if it doesn't have content right now, so let's see. Yeah, so I can style it more so that it will look good. I will say BG opacity to be, let's say 70 would be enough. Okay, 70, and let's give it a padding to rounded will be large. Rounded means border radius, guys. Okay, so Tailwind is amazing thing. If you are a developer, it's good if you learn it also, right? So I have passed the rounded, and let's give the shadow to it also. Shadow, which will be LG, so that it will look more beautiful. And I want its border opacity to be 40. Okay, and let's say border will be 4. And guys, let's check it out first how it is looking. So yeah, but I don't want this border to be white, I want it to be blue. So let's also define it. Border, not actually blue, let's say I want it black, because its opacity is low. How does it look with the background black? Let's see it, guys. And it will be a flex container, and flex direction will be column, and I have to simply write flex call. And also I will say justify content center, and align items to be center. So this is the whole class name. I will scroll it to it so that you guys can see these classes, all of the classes, and you can write down the same. And if you want to style it by yourself, you could do it, guys. Of course, it would be better if you style it with yourself as you like it, right? And if I save it and go back to it, yeah, it actually matches the demo we have seen, right? Okay, now I can put my other components in this div, right? So let's say we will have a heading h1, right? And it will have a login text, and let's set a class name for it too. I will say text should be white because my background is black, and text should be big also, 2XL. It means text should be big, right? And I will say font to be medium, not too bold, and I will say text to be center. So let's check this out, guys. Okay, it is looking fine. It's not right now looking very beautiful because I haven't put the button right here to log into MetaMask, right? So let's do it. After the h1, I will define some condition here, guys. I have to define some condition. let's see. As you guys know that we are going to authenticate the user through the MetaMask. So we will put a condition here that if user has installed the MetaMask extension, we will show that connect with MetaMask. And if he hasn't installed it yet, we will simply show install MetaMask, and this authentication required MetaMask extension, whatever, right? So let's write the logic in here. And before that, I will need to define a Ethereum module, right? I will say const Ethereum, which will come from my window, right? So window is a browser module, guys. As our MetaMask is a browser extension, it will give us the Ethereum module through this window, which is our in browser, right? Okay guys, let's define the condition here and also style the components too. So I will say if Ethereum, which is defined here through the window, if it is not equal to undefined, means if it is defined, show me this diff right here, okay? And if it is undefined, I look at here, I have put not equal to. It means if the Ethereum will be defined, it will show me this one, and if Ethereum will be undefined, it will show me the else one, right? The else condition, which will show us this diff right here. Okay, so we can style it separately. So for now, let's style this one. If our window.ethereum is defined, let's style this one. I will pass your class name, and we have to write big classes for Tailwind, right? We have to pass very long classes, so it's fine. It at the end make the styling easier for us, right? I will say border opacity to be not 0, I want it to be 60, right? And BG opacity also will be, let's say I have to put 90 here, right? And text LG. So guys, I will write the classes very fast. You guys can do the same, or you can write it by yourself, because I don't want to waste my time in this styling, right? We have to create this tab fast and very efficiently. So text LG, and font weight should be medium, and border width, wait a minute, border width will be 2, and border will be blue 800. Okay, so if you guys can't see the classes clearly, I will wrap the word right here, right? And if also I will close the that window with show me files, because I don't want it right now. So now it should be clear to you guys, visible to you guys, and now I will write more styling. So we have put the border blue 800, and after that I will say cursor should be pointer, because it looks beautiful, and BG should be green 800. So this is the button, guys. So I want it to be background green, and text should be white, margin top 4, and rounded also, which is border radius, and let's say justify content center. Is it flags? Yes, I have put it as flags. I can say justify content center, and also items to be center, right? Let's give it a padding py1 and px2. Okay, so let's check it out how it is looking. Yeah, it doesn't have a content yet, so it is not looking very pretty. So let's put here that I want to say connect to MetaMask. Let's say connect with MetaMask, right? connect with MetaMask, and yeah, let's check it out how it is looking. Okay, yeah, it is good. Okay, let's do a thing, guys. Put this MetaMask PNG right here, this image, the logo image. It will look more beautiful, right? So I am going to put the image right here. The source of image will be metamask.png, because it is in my public folder, right? It is in my public folder, metamask.png, so I can directly write the file name, and let's style it a little bit. Let's set classes for this one. It will be, guys, it will be, for this I am only setting the height because I don't need other styling in image. Let's see how it is looking now. Okay, guys, so you guys can see it is looking pretty, right? Yes, now this is connect with MetaMask. We will write the logic for connecting the MetaMask later. For now, let's first design the thing, right? So yeah, well, guys, if window.ethereum is undefined, it means user hasn't installed the MetaMask extension yet. I want to show him the same button with written that install the MetaMask, right? So I will copy this one here, and yeah, okay. So I will give class name to this also. So guys, let's write a comment here that install MetaMask, so that the code doesn't get mess. It looks so mess right now, right? MetaMask. Okay, and I have to put it right here, I guess. Yeah, and we have to style this div also, this parent div, and let's give it a class name, and I will say it will be flex and flex column, and justify center and line items center. Okay, yeah, let's check it out, guys. I have to change the text to, I will say, install MetaMask. Okay, so right now it is showing me that connect with MetaMask. If I disable this extension, if I go to settings and disable this extension and reload my application, so guys, look, it is showing me now that install MetaMask, because here my window.ethereum is undefined, right? Now I will again enable it and reload the application, and it is simply showing me connect with MetaMask. So it is amazing thing, guys. So we have wrote the logic, and let's style it a bit more that it looks more beautiful. And I am going to disable the extension for now, because I want to store I want to style this install one. So here I have defined it. Let's now give it a paragraph which will be saying login required MetaMask extension. Okay, so let's give a class name to it also. I will say class name to be text red 600, and text should be large LG, and margin top should be 2, right? And if I save it, go to my application, look, it is looking beautiful, guys. It is saying that login required MetaMask extension, and I will also provide a link here. If I click to this button, this will go to the Chrome store, to the MetaMask one, right? MetaMask page. So I will define href here. So I want it to be a link, so I can write it like this, and I will say target is equal to underscore blank, so that it will open in new tab, and also I have to pass the href here, the link. Okay, so I will copy the link from the Chrome browser. Okay, MetaMask extension. Okay, Chrome store, right? Okay guys, that's the thing, and this is the link. I want this link, right? And let's put this link in my href, and yeah, now I am good to go. Let's check out if it is working or not. So right now my window.ethereum is undefined. If I load the application, yeah, it is undefined. If I click on install MetaMask, it will take me to the Chrome web store and to the MetaMask page, right? So that user can install the MetaMask from here. And if I enable the extension, it is showing me connect with MetaMask. Very good guys, very good. And now let's define things further. Well guys, let's write a logic to actually authenticate the user through the MetaMask. So I am going to create a function here, define a function here, which will be, wait a minute, const login wallet, and it is going to be an arrow function. Yeah, and this will be a asynchronous function, because I'm going to put asynchronous call in here, and I will write a try catch block guys, because we can catch error while there are any issue with authenticating, right? If user denied the authentication, so the error can be visible in front end too. So we will use try catch block, and for try I will write await ethereum dot request. So the Ethereum provider is MetaMask in this case, right? So it will request, ethereum dot request will request to the MetaMask for accounts, right? And the method here will be, so it is a MetaMask method guys, don't worry about it. You have to simply put the same code, right? And if you don't want to write these classes, these CSS, or any of the code, which code you don't want to write by yourself, GitHub link is in description box. You would find the source code link to the GitHub repo. Okay, you can copy the code from there, and I will say wallet request permissions. So the method will request permission to the MetaMask, right? It will request the access to the account and the more thing like accounts and other thing too. So request permission, it is permissions, so you would have to write the code correctly. And the second argument, it will have the params. Okay, and the params is an object itself. No, sorry, it's an array of objects, right? And we will say it accounts. So you would find these method in the MetaMask websites, in MetaMask developer website. So check out there guys. A blank object, right? So this thing will request to the MetaMask. So if I say here, where is my connect with MetaMask? Yeah, this div right here. If I say on click, I want to run the login wallet function, right? So this thing will request to the MetaMask. So we will check it in a little bit, and before that I also have to put here that const accounts is equal to await ethereum dot request. So guys, you can directly request the accounts, but this thing will, the first line will ask him ask MetaMask to actually authenticate the multiple accounts, but the second one I am defining here will request only for accounts, not multiple accounts, right? So we will see that in a little bit. I will say method it request accounts. So yeah, I've saved it, and I will say let's define a component here which will show me the error, right? So I am going to define a component in here, a paragraph. I will say error. So I will create a state of error, right? Let's give class name means styling to it, right? I will say it's text to be read 600, and text should be large, LG, and MT2, the same classes as here, right? Okay, so I will say let's first define this state. I will say const error comma set error is equal to use state, and initially it will be nothing but a blank string, and I will say set error to be error dot message. So this will throw me if the login wallet, this try block fail, if this try block fail, it will throw me this error, right? And the error will set to a state, and it will be visible in my front end too. So let's check it out if it is working or not. Yeah, let's check this out, guys. If I go to my application, and if I click on connect with MetaMask, okay, I will reload this application, guys. Now let's try again. Yeah, so the code we have put in try block is requesting to the MetaMask for accounts, right? If I put password here, incorrect, why? Yeah, so the first line I've told you guys, this one is requesting multiple accounts like this, right? And if I had put just this one, this ethereum dot request method it request account, it wouldn't have shown for accessing multiple accounts. Okay, so I hope you have got the point, guys. And now I can authenticate multiple accounts from here, and I will say next connect, and it is connected, but we haven't written logic to show the so if I set, after that if I set login, so our login state is defined in app.js, right? In my app.js, so I have to use context here, context API, to access my state from this component to the other components. So let's do it, guys. Well guys, let's create an app state here so that I can access my these state in all of my components. So I'm going to use context API, so I have to import create context, and I have to define it, right? I will say const app state is equal to create context, and now guys I have to wrap this whole application to this state, right? App state, and here, okay, now I can pass values here, and I can pass here the states. Okay, I can also pass the set login and actually access them by other components like login.js, which we are going to do now. So let's pass here So I'm going to pass login and set login here. Okay, so I don't need this login because I have wrote the logic to show the login page or the main application here, but I'm going to need this set login function. But for now it's okay. I'm going to put both of them. Now I can save that and head back to the login.js, and I have to import use context here, guys. Okay, I will import use context here, and here before everything I will say const app state is equal to use context, and inside this I have to also provide the app state, and for that I have to first import it from export it from app.js, right? So okay, I have to export that also. I will export app state. Okay, now I can import wait a minute, import app state from, sorry, I have to import it like this, right? From dot slash and app.js. Okay, now inside use context I have to pass this app state. Okay, it separately okay, it have separately imported it, but what's wrong with it? Okay, I have to change this. Okay, now I think everything is fine. Now what I can do, guys, I can actually in our try block, when we get the accounts of the user through MetaMask, I want to set login. I will say, okay, wait a minute, it is app.setLogin. Okay, I want this to be true after my authentication is successful. Okay, and if it is not successful, it will throw me error, and we will see this, of course, and I guess it should work fine now. Let's check it out, guys. If I go to my application and okay, there is something problem, maybe that's why it is not showing me the application. Oh, let's check it out, guys. Okay, guys, the problem here is that I have to write it appstate.provider. It is our provider, and that is why it was showing me error. It wasn't actually showing error, but the application wasn't working as we expected it to be. So let's check it out now. And if I refresh the application, yeah, now everything is working fine. Let's check it out, guys. So if I click on connect with MetaMask, okay, the nice MetaMask pop up here. What if I cancel the access? I want to cancel it, right? If I cancel the access, so it is throwing me error that user rejected the request. And how we are able to do this? Because of this try and catch block. If I show you guys this one, right, login wallet, and it is trying to do that, but user denied it, so it is catching the error and setting the state to error.message, and the state we are showing in here in this paragraph, right? So that is why we are able to do that. And guys, let's try it out. If I actually give access to this website, okay, if I give access to this website, I'm connecting now, guys, check it out. Now it opened my main application. Now now my main application is appeared, right? Okay, well, it means our application is working perfectly fine. Now guys, let's style header and write logic for our header section. Let's do it, guys. Well guys, we have created the authentication system successfully. Now we can start styling our header section and our main section. Okay, so the very first, let's style the header section, and I will go to my header component and start defining styles here. Okay, so let's get to it. So guys, I am going to pass some classes to this parent div. Let's define some styles here, and it will be width full, means width 100%, and height will be 1 by 4th. Okay, and I want padding top to be 4, and this should be flex, and the regular CSS guys, justify center, and items to be item to be start. Okay, so this is the parent container of my header section. Now let's say here I wanna put the logo of the PayPal, right? So this is a PayPal clone, that is why I'm using their logo also. So I have to pass src here, and src will be paypal dot png, right? And let's also define some classes for this image so that we can style it according to us, right? So the height will be 12, and I'll pass margin left to be 2. So well, let's see guys how this is looking, right? So yeah, but my PayPal logo is in mid. I want it to be in left side, and my other section like my address and my chain section to be in right? So let's define these options too, and here I will define these two. So I have to create a new div here, and start passing the class name, and we will do it very quick, right? So flex, it will be flex, and justifies, I want it to between, and item should be start. Okay, and let's also define sub classes here, not subclasses, sub components. And so guys, I will also put here the command so that my code doesn't look very messy, right? So I will say this is a wallet section, not actually wallet, okay, address section, but for now let's just say it is a wallet section, right? And now start defining the components. So again, I will create a div, and I have to also pass the class name here to style the div, and I will say text should be large and margin right to be 2, and font sense. So guys, I've used these classes before to create the same application, so that is why I'm doing it pretty fast. So don't think like I have some superpowers to write CSS. Okay, so now I will say border opacity to be 60, and border width will be 2, and border blue, and this one will put 900. Okay, and okay, so I'll wrap the words that you guys can see the whole code in one frame, and I will also close this files window right here. Okay, now let's define more styles. I will say font to be medium, and cursor should be pointer, of course, BG black, and padding in horizontal should be 4, and padding in vertical should be 2, and the text I want white, and it will be rounded a bit, not a bit but actually big rounded, right? And it will be flex, justify between, and items center, right? So guys, I have wrote these CSS before, that is why I'm just putting the class names very fast, right? So it's fine here. I don't want to waste your time in writing styles, right? We will actually see the logic behind our Dapp. So yeah, let's check it out guys first. So yeah, I have to put the content inside it so that it will look good. Well guys, I will change my parent div style from justify center to justify between, so that my header section will be stretched out a bit and it will look cool, right? And it is looking cool. Now guys, I want you to go to the bootstrap icon to use the icons, like we will use wallet icon. So let's check this out. And okay, here I can search any icon I want. For now I want the wallet icon. Yeah, I want this one. So here I have to simply copy the HTML section, the SVG section. I will copy it and paste it here. Yep. Okay, now let's save it and go to the browser. Yeah, now here you can see I've got my wallet icon right here, right? Now let's style it a bit. I don't actually want it just like that. So I will increase its height and width a bit. It is 16 by default. I am setting it to be 18. Let's check it out now. Yeah, it is actually looking fine. Yes, now guys, before moving forward, before styling forward, we have to also define some states, right? Which will contain my address of the my current address of the MetaMask, and also the current chain ID, right? The chain, like the Ethereum chain, the Ropsten testnet chain, or any Polygon Mumbai chain, right? So I have also to keep track of it guys. So let's define this state in my app.js, because I may want to use these states in other components too. So that's why I will define it in the app section, because I've already created a context there. We are using context API. So yeah, let's define. Now I can define my address state in my app.js. So I have to simply come here and there I will say const address and set address is equal to use state. And guys, initially the address will be a blank string, and I will go to my login.js and I will say when it try to connect to the wallet, right? Login wallet, try to connect to the wallet and request account. I want to say that app dot, okay, for that very first I have to put them also here, right? So I'm in my app.js and I will put in provider these values too. So I will pass it here address and set address. Okay, now I can access these state in here. I will say set address to accounts and it's 0th. Okay, so accounts is here. This request here will return us an array of account, and we want the 0th index of this array to show our address, right? So this thing here will set address to this state. Now I can access this state from my header.js and I can show my address there. Okay, so let's do it guys. So I'm going to save this file and yeah, now I can access it here. Where is my SVG? Right here guys. Now if I write here, I will say app. Let's check it out if I used it yet or not. No. So I have to also import the use context, and I have to import our app state also in here. Okay, I will say import app state from my app.js, right? Okay, now I can define here that const app is equal to use context and app state, right? Okay, now I can access my address simply by writing app.address. Now guys, let's check it out. Is it working or not? Okay, so I will came to my browser and connect with MetaMask. So guys, let's do it very fast. And here guys, you can see it is providing me the address, and now I can style it a bit so that it would look good, and let's style it more guys, right? Okay guys, so very first I want to do that. I don't want to show this whole address, right? It is very long string. I want to say show some part of it, like the initial one and the last one and some of last digits, right? So I have to slice the string, and it is very easy. I have to simply write app.address, and I will say slice method. I will call slice method, which will slice the string. And very first I want it to from 0th index to 8th index, right? And after that I want it to show 3 dots, and in last one I will again slice the last string. So I will say app.address.slice again, and for to starting the slicing from last, I have to simply put the last index, right? I don't have to put the initial and ending stat. I have to simply put the last index. Now if I save this and go to my application, look guys, it is looking beautiful, right? Now I will also give it a margin left a bit to the my wallet icon, so that it will push my address in opposite direction a bit. So I will say margin left to be 2 right here, okay, in this SVG. Now I can check looking good or not. Yeah, it is looking guys. This thing is looking beautiful now. Now we can move further and do more thing, right? Now guys, let's start styling the chain section. The chain means like the network we are currently on, like the Ropsten testnet or Ethereum mainnet. So we will also design it, right? So after my wallet section, here I'm going to define my chains section, okay, and let's design it guys. I will define a div right here, and we have to put many classes right here, okay. So I'm doing it very fast, you guys can copy the same. Text XL, padding in Y2, padding in X would be 4, would be good, and margin right 2. Font I want it sans, and border opacity 60 would be good, right? Border opacity 60, and the border width I want 2. The actual border I want blue 900, okay. And font size would be medium. No, not size, font weight I will say medium, and cursor pointer background black. Wait a minute guys, background should be black, okay, and text should be white, and I want it rounded a bit. Also this thing will be flex, and justify content center, and sorry, not center, justify content between, because I don't want them to collide with each other, right? And items to be center, right? Okay, so I have created this one, and now guys, for this two, for chain I have to define a state, right, in my app.js. So guys, for now let's hard coded it, so I want it to show Robston right now. And if I save this and go to my, okay, I don't want this wallet in the mid, I want it to be with the right section, right, with the chain. So yeah, I guess that is the problem. I will add this div right here. Okay, if I format the document, okay, what's problem with it? Okay, if I format my document, okay, so guys, rather than hard coding the chain name, I will define a state for it too, right? If the chain change, this will reflect to my this section. So I will go to my app.js and I will define a state here. I will say chain set chain, and initially it would be a blank string. Okay, and so guys, I will write my logic in my login.js to set the state of my current chain, right? So here in the try block, I have to define some conditions here, right? Let's define it, guys. So I can use if else condition, or I can use switch case thing, but for the, even if many people don't know switch case, I don't want them to worry about that, so I will use if else condition here. Okay, so I will say if and before saying that, I have to actually get the chain name. And how would I get it? It is very simple, guys. We have to write a little piece of code for that, right? And which is, guys, I have to write, I will say const chain id is equal to, and it will be a asynchronous call, so I will use await and ethereum dot request, and here I have to pass the method. Okay, so guys, I'm saying it again that you would find these all method in MetaMask website. Okay, you can check their documentation, you would find all of them. Right now I will say it underscore chain id, I guess it is chain id, like that, right? Okay, so this code here will get me the current chain id, and for now I will, yeah, okay. Now you don't have to remember chain IDs, because you would find it very easily in your search engine, or you would also get it in your MetaMask, right? And if I, let's check it out, guys, and if I wait a minute, guys, yeah, here if I go to my networks, and here, guys, I have all the networks right here. If I click on Robston, it is returning me the chain id. Okay, and you would find it in Google Chrome, and it is actually in hexadecimal value. So I will say you can, okay, so I will show you guys. Okay, if I open my console here, and if I here, okay, so I will say await and paste the method here. And also, guys, here Ethereum is not defined. I have to say that window dot ethereum dot request, right? Wait a minute, guys. Okay, and now it is written, this thing return me the current chain id, which is 0x1. So it is in hexadecimal value. And if I change the chain right here, if I set it to, let's say, Robston testnet, okay, and I run this piece of code, and now it is returning me this Robston testnet chain id, which is 0x3, right? So you would find these IDs like that. Now I'm going to set a condition here. I will say if our chain id is equal to 0x3, which is my Robston testnet, guys. Okay, I will say set chain, and set chain is defined in my app. Oh, I will check it out if it is defined or not. Yeah, it is, right? Set chain, and I have to put it also in this value in appstate.provider. Okay, so I will pass here chain and also set chain. Right, now I will save this, and here I will say app.setchain, and I will say this for Robston. So I've told you guys how would you get this chain ID, right? So in this application, guys, I will only use 3 networks. I will use Robston testnet and Rinkeby testnet and a Polygon testnet, right? Because I'm not going to deploy the smart contract in any other network. You guys can do the same thing with many networks, right? So we will use only 3 networks here. The same logic would apply for other chains also. Okay, so now I have to give else if conditions also. And guys, I'm saying if you would have used switch case here, it would be better, but I'm using if else condition, and that's fine, right? Because we don't have actually many conditions here, we have only 3. Okay, I will say if chain ID is equal to 0x4, right? And 0x4 is my Rinkeby testnet. So I will say wait a minute, guys, app.setchain to Rinkeby. Okay, and the last one, guys, I will also put it in else if, because the else condition is going to be different. We will see that in a little bit. I will say if chain ID is 0x13881. So guys, this is my Polygon testnet chain ID. Okay, this is Polygon Mumbai's chain ID. I will say app.setchain to be Polygon. Okay, so I'm not writing testnet here, but you guys can do that. Okay, and the last thing, else. So guys, I have to define a condition here that if user is not using any of these chain IDs, I will simply app.setLogin, okay, to false. And why I'm doing that, guys? Because I will deploy my smart contract only these 3 chains, and if user try to do any operations in my application using any other chain, it would fail and some error will cause. So I am making an exception here that you cannot use any other chain rather than these 3 right here. Okay guys, so I hope you have got the point. Now guys, if I save this thing and go to my application, and let's check out which chain we have selected right now. So we have selected Robston. Okay, this thing will open because I am allowing Robston testnet, right? If I say next, connect, and here it is showing Robston right now because I have hard coded here. So I will say app dot chain, and this thing will show me the current chain. If I reload the application, and if I select, let's say Polygon, guys, so Polygon testnet. Okay, where is it? Polygon testnet, here it is guys. So okay, my internet connection is okay, I haven't connected to internet, so I'm going to do that, guys. Okay guys, now I am connected to internet, and let's see if I go to Polygon testnet. Okay, what's the it has opened, guys, and here it is not actually it will update very soon. So guys, if I now click on connect Polygon test, we will also allow Polygon testnet, right? We have put that in code, and if I connect this thing, now you can see here the Polygon, I have got the Polygon name, which is my current chain ID, right? So let's move further, guys, and define the things too. We have to make this tab look more beautiful, and have more functionalities, right? And guys, if I go to my login.js, and rather than defining here that app.setLogin false, I will say that set error okay, I don't have to use JavaScript here. I will simply say set error choose wait a minute guys, I will say can only access with Ropsten, Rinky and Polygon Mumbai. Okay, and if I do that, I save this thing, go to my browser and reload this application here. Okay, and have reloaded this, and if I select the other chain, right, if I select any wrong chain, like if I select Ethereum mainnet here, and if I connect with MetaMask, well, I guess I think I've done something wrong here. Okay guys, so I have set login true here, so this thing will open my main screen, right? So okay, I guess what to do guys, so I can actually set login false here, and let's say if it does work right or not. And okay guys, I will say set login to true after all of these conditions, and that would be fine, that would be perfect thing to do, right? Because it will check my these conditions here, and at last if everything work fine, this thing will set login to true. But it also has exception guys, right? Wait a minute, let's solve this. Or guys, I can do a thing, I can move this thing to here and copy this thing to here too, so it will check the conditions right here. If it is Ropsten, it will set login to true, and if it is Rinky or Polygon, it will set login to true. But if it is any other chain, it will not. Okay, it will not. And if I even don't define here that app.setLogin false, because it is by default false, it would not give access to the application, right? I hope you have got the point guys, but it's fine. And I will again go to my browser and refresh here. Now let's try with wrong chain, right? I've selected Ethereum mainnet here. If I connect to MetaMask, and yeah, okay guys, so here it is throwing me error that can only access with Ropsten, Rinky or Polygon Mumbai, and this is amazing guys, right? And if I select the correct chain here, let's say if I select the Ropsten testnet here, and if I say connect with MetaMask and connect, well guys, now this thing is working perfect, right? Now I can also style this more, like I also want to show the icon here, like if I selected any testnet or mainnet related to Ethereum, I will show here an Ethereum icon, and if it is Polygon, I will show Polygon icon. So I have already downloaded these images here, right? Now I can make a condition here. Okay, let's define a condition here guys. So here I can also write my if else conditions, or you can actually use ternary operator, because we don't have many condition here, we only have 3 condition here. If the chain is selected as Ropsten or Rinky, I have to show them the Ethereum icon, right? And if the chain is selected to Polygon, I have to show the Polygon icon. So I can use a ternary operator here. Let's define this also. I will say if app.chain is equal to Ropsten or this is OR operator guys, and I guess you should have known that much JavaScript. Okay, now here if my app.chain is Ropsten or Rinky, it should be Rinky. Wait a minute, it should be Rinkyb. Guys, if chain is selected as dropstone or Rinkyb, I want to return an image element. I will say img, and I have Ethereum SVG, guys, right in my public directory. It is Ethereum -eth.svg. So I can here pass the source, which is Ethereum eth.svg, and I have to style it a little bit. I will give class name. Okay, I can actually remove this return keyword from here, and oh, sorry guys, sorry for that. And I can pass class name here. So the class names, which means styling in Tailwind language, I will say height to be 6 and margin right to be 2, right? And if this is not the case, so guys, I am not using much of condition here because I have only 3 chains. You guys have to if you have other chains too, you may have to write more logic, right? But for me, ternary operator is working fine for now, okay, in this situation, I would say. So if this is not the case, I want to return a img with polygon icon. So I will say polygon.png, right? And here also I have to pass the class name with the styling, and I'm copying the same and I will paste it right here. And if I save this, go to my application, okay guys, I have selected dropstone testnet, so it is showing me a Ethereum attractive Ethereum icon, right? And if I reload this application, and now let's select the polygon chain, guys, because in Rinkyb also it would show me the same icon. But if I select here my polygon testnet, and if I connect with MetaMask, let's try this out, and here guys, you can see now it is showing me the polygon icon. And these things makes our decentralized application more beautiful and more interesting. Okay, so let's move further, guys. Now guys, I want to design a thing. Okay, so I want, when I click this dropstone here or any chain right now, I mean this chain section, yeah, if I click here, I would get a beautiful drop down menu which will be saying that choose any given networks and you would switch to that network. Okay, so we have to request MetaMask for that. So before that, guys, let's first design that, and we would write the logic later. Very first, I am going to design the things, right? So here I will say all chains section, right, in my header.js, guys. Okay, if I now it is looking good, and okay, I think this zoom would be good. Now let's define a div here, and class name, of course. So guys, this would be absolute. Okay, so I'm not going to teach you CSS here, but this would be absolute, which is display absolute. Okay, and not display, position absolute, and I will give right 0 so that it would align to the right side of div. Okay, and g index to 50 because I want it to show above any of my component. And guys, here I will also write a JavaScript logic here. Okay, so let's see how we do that. So I want on click thing. When I click that, then I want to show this drop down. Okay, so what I can do, guys, I have to also define a state here. So very first I will import use state also, and I will stay use state, and now here I will define my states. So guys, I will say show chains comma shed show chains. You can name it anything, right? It looks good for me, that is why I write it so. So I will say use wait a minute, use state, and initially it would be false, right? When I click on this section, then I want it to be true. So for now I will do it true because we are going to design it. So I don't want it to I don't want it to click many times so that I would see this section. Okay, so I hope you have got the point, guys. And again, sorry for my poor English. Okay, now here I can say that I can actually wrap it with template literals so that I can also write my JavaScript here. Okay, and here I will right. So there is some issue with it, guys. Okay, so this template literal is also a JavaScript thing, so I have to wrap this also in a curly brackets. So now here I can write my JavaScript logic, and I will say if my show chains is true. If my show chains is true, I want it a blank because it is good. It is absolute by default. I don't want to put any more CSS in this if show chains is true, and if it is false. Okay, and if it is false, then I will say wait a minute, guys. I will say this div should be hidden, right? Now it looks good. So I hope you have got the point. If show chains would be true, it would show me the chain as it is, but if it is false, it will hide this this section here. Okay, so I hope you have got the point, guys. Now I can define my further stylings here. Okay, so here I also want one more div, and class name, guys. And guys, I will copy this above class right here, and I will copy it whole. Okay, and I will paste it here, and wait a minute. Now I guess it look good. Okay, guys, now I will also put an image here, and which will contain my robston.png. okay, and we also put some style in this one. We will say height to be 6 and margin right 2. Okay, guys, and after then I want to give it the chain name. I will say Robston here. So the on click functions we will define later. For now I am doing styling just. Okay, yeah, let's check it out how it is actually looking. So right here, guys, you can see this thing, and what's problem with it? Okay, it's not robston.png, it's actually ethereum and ets.svg, right? If I save this and check it out now it is actually looking perfect, but we have to also do more things. So guys, what I will do, I will copy the same div here. Okay, so I will also put comment here that the code does not look mass. I will say Robston, and then here polygon, and I will copy the same div here and paste it right here. Okay, right, guys, now let's copy this whole div again and paste it like this, and here I will say polygon, and the source would be polygon.png, right? Polygon.png, and here, guys, the last one I will put here Rinky. Okay, and it would also be a Ethereum SVG. Now if I save this and go to my browser, yeah, I want like this drop down, and I will write a logic here to actually on click things. Like if I click Polygon, I would switch to the Polygon net, right? So let's go to the Visual Studio Code and define further things. And guys, let's define few more styling here, and this command should be ringy, right? And here I will say if the position is hovered, I want background gray 900. Where is my 900? Wait a minute, guys. Yeah, and I will copy this piece of glass here and put in above one too, and this one. If I save that, go to my browser and check this out, guys. Now it is looking beautiful. Okay, now guys, I want you to come back to the Visual Studio Code, and here once again let's copy this section, and this will be close the chain section. Okay, and here I don't want this image or this text here. So what I want is a icon with a cross thing, right? So I will again go to my bootstrap icons, and okay, the internet connection is slow, guys. Sorry for that. We will wait a bit. And here, guys, I am going to search for a X circle, and yeah, I guess this one is looking better, or this one, I don't know, guys. So for now, let's copy this one. Okay, copy the HTML SVG here and paste it right here, and I'm going to format the document, and let's increase the height and width a bit. I will put here 18, and also, guys, here I will write a text which will say close this section, right? And I will give it a margin left too, so that they won't collide to each other. And also, guys, I don't want its background to be black, rather I would like it to be red. Okay, so I've set the BG red 600, and now let's check it out, guys, how it is looking, right? And yeah, actually it is looking cool, but I want to style it more. Like I don't want it to be justify between. Justify center would be good. Okay, and I can remove my hover effect here. Okay, if I save that, go to browser again. Okay, guys, now it is looking cool. So yeah, now we can actually put a functionality here to actually close this drop down, right? So it is very simple. I will just say on click set show chain. It is app dot no, it's set show chains, and I want it to be false. Wait a minute, guys, and also I can't put it just like that. I have to pass a function here. Okay, now it will work perfectly. And also, guys, on the current chain, which is this section, I want on click I want to run a function which will show my chain. I will say set show chains to be true. Okay, so on clicking this section, my drop down menu will pop up, and on clicking the close section, it will disappear. Okay, I hope you've got the point. Now let's go to application and check it out if it is working or not. If I click on close, yeah, that drop down disappear. And if I click on this chain section, okay, it again appear. So it looks good, guys. Now I want to add a logic to switch the chains. Like if I click on polygon, it actually switched to the chain. Okay, so let's do it. And guys, I will do a thing here. I don't want this close button to be very big, so I will set padding Y to be 1, and let's check it out now. Yeah, actually this is looking cool, guys. Okay, now move to the logic, guys, and the logic will be pretty simple. This is my all chain section, and this is Robston. So I will select all of these 3 sections, and I will define an on-click function here, which will run functions. I will say change to the first one is Robston. Okay, Robston, and similarly I will do here, rather than Robston, it should be polygon, and here it should be Rinky, right? Now guys, I can define these functions here. So very first I will copy the text, guys. I don't want to write it again because maybe I am lazy. Okay, I will say const this thing here is equal to arrow function, and this should be async, right? Async. And here the simple, it is a simple piece of code, guys, which will request MetaMask to switch the chain, right? So I will say await Ethereum is not defined right here. I will say const Ethereum is equal to window, or you can simply write window.ethereum but I'm doing destructuring here so that I will directly use Ethereum right here, right? I will say Ethereum dot request and a method, of course, and the method is going to be wallet underscore switch Ethereum chain, and after that you would have to pass the chain ID. Okay, and the second key is going to be params, of course, as always, and it will be an arrow of object, and here I have to pass chain ID, and the chain ID will be so this is Robston, right? So I know what is my chain ID for Robston. I will go to my, okay, where have I put this logic? It's in my login, right? So if it is Robston's chain ID is 0x3, so I will put this, and I'm going to copy the same function 2 times more and change the name, right? Okay, now it should be change to polygon, and the last one change to Rinky. Okay guys, and here's something is wrong, guys. Wait a minute, I have to also close this function right here, right? And also I will remove this curly braces here, and now yeah, everything is working fine. And for polygon, the chain ID is here. I will copy this thing and paste it here, and for my Rinky, it is 0x4. okay, Rinky 0x4. I will save this, and yeah, let's go to the application and let's try it out, guys. Is it working or not? So currently my chain is Robston, and if I click on polygon, So here a little nice pop-up of MetaMask, which is showing us to switch network, right? And if I switch network, okay, so it actually switches the network, but the thing is we are not catching the changes here, right? So we have to write also logic for that, that if somebody changes like the address in MetaMask, it should reflect here, and also the chain, right? So let's write the logic for it, guys, too. So I will go to my Visual Studio Code, and this logic I will put in my, okay, I can do it in header.js or app.js. So let's go to app.js. I will put this logic here. Okay guys, so I am in my app.js, and okay, let's zoom it in. Now guys, what I can do, I can define a use effect here. Okay, use effect, I will import it and define it right here. Use effect, right guys? And here it will have few dependencies, like though let's make it independent. I will not set any dependencies here, so that it would run on the right time, right? Now here I will say, so guys, we have events in MetaMask, right? So that we can listen to the changes in MetaMask, like the address change or the chain change. So I will also define Ethereum here, which is coming from my window. Okay, Ethereum, right? And here I will say Ethereum dot on, and here I have to pass the event name. Like the first one is chain changed. Okay guys, and I'm saying it again, you would find these stuff in MetaMask documentation. Okay, and here async function will be run, which will return me the chain ID to which, okay, the changed chain ID it will return me. And here I will define the same logic I have put before in my login.js, right? So I will copy this thing here and define the same logic here. I will say if chain ID is 0x3, I will remove it here. I will say app.setChain to Robston. Else if it is 0x4, it should be ringkb. And if even it is not the case, it should be polygon. And after all the conditions, if none of them are true, I will simply say app.setLogin to be false. Okay, so the application will return to the login page, right? Now this looks cool. This is Ethereum.chain changed. Now I can also define this event for my address chain. Okay, so I will say Ethereum.on, and here I will pass the event name. Okay, the event name for account is accounts changed, and I have to put it in string. Okay, and it will also call a function which will be async. Okay guys, you don't have to put async right now, but it's okay. So I will say here okay, this is my app, right? So I don't have to define a state here, that app.setChain, or wait a minute guys, and here, and also here I will simply set address to the accounts it will throw me. So I have to catch the accounts here. I will say accounts, and here accounts is an array, so I want its 0th element, right? So yeah, set address accounts.0, and I think that is it. Let's save this thing and go to our application. So I will clear it here, and we will connect to MetaMask. Okay, I have to connect it internet, right? Well guys, I have connected it to my system to internet. Now I will click on next and connect, and here, okay, so why it was true here initially. Okay, so I have to change the state of the my drop down change section, right? I will go to my header.js. Okay, it is initially true, but I don't want it to be true. I want it to be initially false. Let's go to our application and let's reload this again, guys. I want to show you that everything is working fine. I've connect and here the Robston chain, and let's go to MetaMask. Okay, and guys, if I switch the account here, if I select any other account, I will click on it and I will say connect, and guys, the change is reflected here, right? Let's now you have got the point for accounts. Now let's check out change, right? And if I select Polygon testnet, okay, the change is reflected here. And same case with the Robston was selected. I will select Rinkiby and it is working fine. But if I select any other chain, right? If I select, let's say I select Ethereum mainnet, so the application will log out, and this is amazing, guys, right? Now we'll select again, go to here. Okay, I have to change the chain, right? So now our application is looking beautiful and have many functionalities, right? So I will select your Robston testnet and let's now try to connect. I will say connect. Okay, the correct address here. And now let's try if these are working or not. If I want to switch to Polygon, a nice little pop-up here, and I will click on switch network. And if I close this thing, here it is selected to Polygon, right? Okay, now our application is looking beautiful. Now guys, this is it for header. Now let's start defining our main section, which will have multiple functionalities like the transfers thing, or the global transaction, or the recent transaction, and also recipient things, right? So let's move further, guys. And okay guys, before moving forward, I want to say that whenever my chain changed, right, whenever my chain switches, I want to set the set show chain to be false, right? That, and I will copy this thing here also and change to Rinkiby also. Now we are good to move forward. Now guys, let's come to main.js, and before that I will create few more components here. I will go to my src in my components, and here I will define my routes here. Okay, my components. So guys, I'm not using React browser router here, React router DOM here, because my routing is not very complex, so I can simply use if else conditions, right? But if you know how to use React router DOM, you can use it. Okay, so for the guys who don't know React router DOM, you don't have to worry about that. We will use if else condition here to set our routing. Okay, now let's move forward. So I will define send.js very first, and React arrow function export send, and this again new file which will be my recipients.js RAFCE, and recent tx, right? Recent tx.js RAFCE again, guys, and finally my global tx.js. okay, and now I will import all of these components here. So I will set my routing in main.js. So I will import very first send from /send, and then I do have 3 more components. Okay, and the second one is my recipients.js, and the third one is recent tx, and fourth one is global tx. Okay, global tx. Now guys, I will create a state here. Okay, so I would have to import the use state also. Here I will say const route comma set route is equal to use state, and initially my route would be send. Okay, send means like where we define our transaction section, like we can transfer funds to other address and transfer ERC token also, right? So after that guys, let's come to starting section and define our divs here. And now guys, I will give it a class name and put our tailwind styling here, right? And it would be w full, margin top to be 12, and flex column, justify content center, and items means align items center. Okay, and after that guys, I will define a more div here, and let's give class name to it also, and it would be bg black, and background opacity to be 60, and padding bottom 5 guys. Also overflow, I will set overflow y to hidden. Okay, no, not hidden, actually overflow y auto. And after that, let's give it a border of width 2, and we will set border top to be 0. Okay, I don't want border in the top. And after that, let's give it a shadow large, and border opacity 50. Also border would be blue 800 or 900. I will say rounded bottom large, and width half. Okay, so as this upper div width is full, I want this div to be width of half, so that it would be in my center, right? And inside it guys, now guys, I have to write logic here, and I have to use if else condition here to define my routes. Okay, so to use JavaScript here or if else condition here, I have to write a syntax like this. So you don't have to worry about it, you just have to copy the same syntax and do it like that. And at the end guys, a parenthesis here. So now inside it you can write your if else condition. So I will say if my route is equal to send, right? If my route is equal to send, I want to return it my send component. So I have imported it here, and the same thing goes on and on. I will say if else if first, sorry, and if the route is equal to recipients. If route is equal to recipients, I want to show him the recipient component. I will say I want to show him recipient. Okay, recipients, and else if the route is equal to recent tx, I want to show them the recent tx component, and last else if route is equal to global tx. Wait a minute, I want to return global transaction. Okay, now this was pretty simple guys. Now my routes are defined, and if I save this and go to my browser, here you can see here a send component, right? And if I change my route from here. Let's say if I set it to Recipients, and if I save that, go to my browser, and here you can see that the component is changed. So it was pretty simple routing. Now I have to do more things, right? I want to give actually a navigation bar so that user can get through each endpoints just by clicking on them, right? So let's define them too, guys. So after this parent div, I will create a new div here, okay, and we have to give styling, of course, and here I will say this will be flex, justify around, and text should be large, font medium. So I'm writing styling very fast. You guys can do the same, okay. Okay guys, I've wrote the styling for this section. Now I can define a list here, okay, and here I will say it will contain my send, okay. So I can write comments here so that you guys won't get this code as mess screen, and here I will say this list is for send, okay. And here I have to write the class name, and the class name would be, so guys, I'm going to write JavaScript logic in this class, right, because I want, when this is the route, like if I'm in send route, I want to show that the style little bit different from other navigations, right? So what I will do here, I will write the styling between template literals so that I can write my JavaScript logic also here. So I will say list style to be none, and cursor pointer and here I will write my JavaScript logic here, guys. I will say if route is equal to send, okay. If route is equal to send, I want wait a minute, I want bg black, and bg background opacity should be 60, okay. And if it is not, I want background to be gray 900, okay guys. I will say background gray 900, right. Now this was my logic, and now I can define more styles, like I will say text should be in center, and also rounded, top left to be large, and if I hover on this div, I will say bg black, and again a hover styling. If I hover this, I want bg opacity to be 60. Okay, well, I wrote this and there is some issue with it, guys. So what it must be, what I have done wrong. Okay, here I didn't close this string here, and now it is good. If I go to my browser, okay, we have got this send button here, so it is looking beautiful. Now I will define all my routes here. So what I'm going to do, I will copy this thing 3 times over, okay, 1 2 3, and the second one is going to be recipients. Okay, and here I have to change something. I will say if route is equal to recipients, and here recipients, and same for recent transaction. Okay, here recent dx, and in also if route is equal to recent dx, right? And the last one global. Okay guys, I've done that for all of my routes, and if I save this thing and go to my browser, now here you can see that, right? I have a nice little navigation here, and now I can define my functions here on click things, right? And this is my son. So I will define on click functions for all of these lists, and here I will say on click set route. Okay, I can just like do that. I have to define a function here. Okay, so I will say set route to be here, it would set it to send, and the second one set it to recipients, the third one would be recent tx, and the last one will be global tx. Okay, if I save that and go to my browser, and here if I click on send, okay, I'm in my send route. Okay, and if I click on recipients, I am in recipients, recent tx and global tx. It means our navigation is working perfectly. Okay, so it wasn't a complex routing, so I used if else condition here rather than react router DOM. Okay, now I can move forward and style my other things and define other functionalities for this Dapp. Okay, before moving forward guys, what I want the initial state, initial route to be in my send one. Okay, and if I will save it, and it is fine for us. Now I can go to my send component and start styling this one. Okay, guys, let's start by the parent div, of course, and let's give it a class name, and I will say flex column, and justify content to be center and items center, text white. Okay, now what I will do, I will create a balance action here, okay, which will show my balance and my currency, right? So here I will create a div and style it fastly, and margin top 7 guys. Okay, we have done that. Now one more div, of course, and here class name I will say flex, and cursor pointer, border blue 900, and guys border opacity to be 60. Okay, border opacity to be 60, padding should be 3, and background should be black, right? And let's say background opacity has to be 70 and rounded large. Okay, and after that guys, I want a SVG here. So again, bootstrap icon, and here I want a coin. Okay, I want a coin logo. So if I type coin here, show which should I choose? I should choose this one, I guess, because it is Bitcoin symbol. Great, but we will send ERC20 token here. I will copy this thing and paste inside this div, and let's format the document. Now if I save this and go to browser, okay, well, but why the okay guys, so I will go to my Visual Studio Code, and yeah, there is the problem. I have set it border bottom, right? But I will simply say border blue 900 and go to my browser, and yeah, I want this thing. And right here guys, what I can do, I can change things. Let's say after this SVG, I want to show a H1 which will show my current balance, right? I will give class name, and margin left should be 2, text large, and font weight to be medium. Okay, and in here I can pass my currency. So if I say this thing is if I say it is ETH, okay, so I don't need this curly braces here. If I say it is ETH, and also these string equals, and I go to my browser, and yeah, it is showing me ETH. And after that, what I can do, I will copy more SVG. Go to bootstrap icon, and here I want icon of, like, I want an arrow which will point to downwards. Which one would be better, guys? Let's check it out. Okay. I didn't find any of icon yet. Okay guys, let's use this. This is fine, and I will copy the SVG here and go to my Visual Studio Code, and after my currency I will paste this SVG here and format the document, of course. And this is my balance section, guys. Okay, so I will divide this section, and after that I will show some forms like ERC20 address. Okay, okay, so here if I save this, go to my browser, and yeah, it is looking good. But what I can do, I can style it a bit more, right? And how would I do that? I would give it a margin left 2, and if I save this, go to my browser, and well, yeah, it is looking good for now. And let's define my ERC20 address. Before that, guys, it will contain more thing, like it will show my balance, right? And let's define the div here. Yeah, before moving forward, I have to also create my balance section which will show my balance, right? Now here I will create a div here and give it a class name, of course. And guys, this send component is going to be big, and it will contain most of our decentralized applications logic and functionalities, right? So let's give it a style. I will say flex border should be 2, and border blue, wait a minute, border blue 900. Okay, and after that I will say border opacity should be 60, and okay, so after that I need a SVG of the wallet, and which I have in my header.js, and yeah, this is it. I will copy this SVG, guys. I will wait a minute here. I will copy this. Okay, I will copy this and paste it here. If I save this, go to my browser, and yeah, here it is. Here it is, but okay, I should also give this wallet, this balance section to be rounded LG. I will define here rounded LG, and also the background opacity should be 70. Okay, and I will save this. And wait a minute, guys. I will save this, go to my browser. Okay, now it is good. I will make this wallet button to be a large bit. Let's say 18. Yeah, no, I've done something wrong here. Here it is 18. Let's set it to 20, right? Now it is 20, and yeah. Now after the SVG, guys, I will define my balance here, right? So I will say, before I want this balance button, and let's give it a class name, and margin left to text LG, font should be medium, right? And the same thing, I will copy this, and here I will show my balance. So for now, I am hard coding the balance. I will say 2.78. Okay, if I save this, go to my browser. Yeah, guys, now it is looking good. Now I have hard coded it that it has 2.7. We will set state for it and get actually the on-chain data, right? But for now it is good. And guys, these are not aligned in center, right? So I have to also do that. It is flex. If I say here items center and save this, go to browser again. Okay, now it is aligned in center, and now it is looking good. Now guys, I can define further things for my application, right? And guys, I will make a little bit change here. I don't really like this icon right here. Okay, so I will change it. I will again go to the bootstrap icons, and I have to find that, guys. Yeah, I want this icon. This will look good, right? I will copy this and paste it right here. No, not right here, but this, rather than this down circle, I will paste it and format the document. Let's increase its height and width, guys, 20, and also I will increase the previous, it's also height and width, right? I will save this, go to my browser, and yeah, now it is looking good. Now I really liked it. Okay, so guys, let's move forward. Now guys, let's define ERC20 token address and set token remove token section, right? So here I will create a div as always, and before actually that, I will create some state and set conditions here, right? I want to show the set ERC20 token section by clicking on this. So for this I will use states. So very first I will say so ERC and actually define a state here, right? So I will import use state here, and let's define these states. So very first it would be const so ERC comma set so ERC and initially it should be false, but for now I'm setting it to be true so that I can see the component in my application and style it as I want it. So guys, now I'm in my show ERC, and I will say if show ERC is true, I want them to see this one, and if it is false, I will show this div right here. Okay, so now I can actually style these things. I will say class name, and very first it is flex. So I will start very fast, guys. I will not talk while styling, right? And after that, I will want the input section here, and I will say class name. Okay guys, I have defined input here, and I've styled it, and also I want a placeholder for it, and the placeholder will say paste ERC, wait a minute guys, ERC 20, okay, 20 token address. Okay, and after that I want a button which will show select the token or remove the token, right? So let's define it, and before that I will also have to create one more state here, because when user try to select the token, we want a loading screen while then. So guys, I am going to define a state here. Let's say const, and it should be ERC loading. Okay, I will say ERC loading and set ERC loading, and initially ERC loading would be false, of course. Okay, and here I will say if my ERC loading is true, if it is true, wait a minute, if it is true, I want to show a div here. Okay, and if it is false, I will show a spinner here. I will say tail spin, and from where this tail spin is coming from, guys, we had installed the React loader spinner, so you have to import tail spin from React loader spinner, right? And React loader spinner give us nice loading screens, nice loading components, right? And I will pass width should be 28, and height should be 28 too. Wait a minute, height should be 28 too, and the last one color would be white. Okay, now I think it is cool, and before that I have to also style this div, right? So here I will say class name, and I will write styling in Super Jedi powers. Okay, wait a minute guys, not this thing, I've done something wrong. Okay, I will give style, the first one it should be flex, and padding 2, cursor pointer, justify around okay guys, I have defined a div here, and actually what I should have done, I want this thing, I want this tailspin inside of my this div. Why? I will tell you guys, wait a minute. Okay, so why is that? Because if my ERC loading is true, that means we are trying to setting a token or making asynchronous calls, right? So when ERC loading is true, I want to show this load spinner, and if it is false, so I will show the by default button which will have that select token or whatever, right? So I will define a thing here, and it will also contain conditions, guys. This thing will also contain condition which will be token changed or not, because if token is already changed, I don't want to user to see that select token. Instead I will say remove token, right? So I also want conditions here, so I will say token changed, right? And define condition here. So for this I have to create a state, of course, and I will create const token changed comma set token changed, right? And initially token changed would be false, and after that I will define condition here. I will say if token changed is true, it means I have to show the remove token section, right? I will give class name here, moving forward, guys, this thing is throwing me error. Why? Because I'm already in my JavaScript section. I've used curly braces here, so I can do it in here. Rather, I can use parentheses, right? I will use parentheses here and close the parentheses here. Now everything is fine. Now I can define class name here. I will say flex cursor should be pointer and justify around. Okay guys, I have defined styles for this div, and inside it I will say remove the token. If token change is true, it means if token is already has been set. Okay, so I will show remove button, and if it is not set, I will show the select button, right? And here I will show the select button, and I can copy these styles here, and the things I want to change, I will simply change it. I've copied it, and what's wrong with it? Okay, I have defined it somewhere else. I want it inside it. Okay guys, now let's check it out. So if I Okay, it is showing me this thing. Okay, it is select, because I have to change my from BG red to I will say BG what it should, guys. So guys, here I will set its color to blue and 800. Now let's save this and check this out, guys. It is looking beautiful. Now I want on click function here. If I click on this right here, I want to hide and show this ERC20 token address section. Okay, so what I will do, I have defined a straight already, show ERC1, and I will just pass a on click function on my this section right here, and yep, for this div. Okay, so I can define my on click function here. I will say on click set show ERC false. Okay, no, not actually false. I have to define condition here. If it is already true, I want to set it false. If it is false, I want to set it to be true, right guys? So let's write it. I will say if so ERC is already true, so I want it to be false. Wait a minute, false. But if it is not true, it means if it is false, I will set it to be true. Now if I save this and go here, if I click on this section here, if I click on it, okay, it is hiding my address section, and if I again click on it, it is showing it. So that was the whole logic for it, guys. And now initially I want it to be false. Okay, initially it should be false, and while I click it, then I will get it. Okay, now I can move forward, guys, and let's define a real logic behind it. How would you select the ERC20 token actually? So let's go for it, guys. So guys, what I was thinking, I can create my code look more beautiful. And how is that? Look here, guys, I have defined here a ternary operator, but after the else condition I'm not showing anything, right? And I don't want it, so I can simply remove this thing and put this logic to my CSS with Tailwind, right? I can say here if my show ERC is false, then I want its display to be hidden, right? I can simply do that. I will remove show ERC here, and I will write this logic here. For doing that, I need template literals, of course, and here, guys, I will say, wait a minute, I will say if so ERC is true. Okay, so I don't want any CSS, any other CSS to apply. But if it is false, I want to say that this div should be hidden. Okay, and if I save this and go to my browser, now let's try it again, guys. If I click this, it is working fine, and our code is looking more beautiful. So that was good thing we have done, right? Now let's move further, guys. Now guys, I am going to define few more states. Like I'm going to define a state for this, like the token section, which token is currently selected, and also the balance and the symbol of the token. Okay, because if we select any ERC20 token, I want that to reflect in these sections too. These sections should be updated too, right? So I have to define states for that. Now let's go to Visual Studio Code, and guys, I will define these states in my app.js. Okay, so here I will say const, very first, what symbol, the currency symbol. Okay, I will say symbol comma set symbol is equal to use state. Initially I am setting it as blank string, but we will write logic for it according to our selected chain, right? Now for now, let's just define the states here, and I will say const balance comma set balance is equal to use state, and initially balance would also be a blank string. And the third one is, I have forgot guys, what was it? Yeah, the currency. Right, now I will say const currency comma set currency is equal to use state, and initially it would also be blank string. Now guys, let's define the logic here. I want whenever my application loaded, I want to set these state according to their native chain, native currency, right? Because like if I am in Polygon chain, I want to show him the balance of the matic, and the currency should be in matic, and the symbol would be matic also, right? So let's define the logic, guys. What I'm going to do, I'm going to send all of these state in my application provider too, right? So I will also part these state to here, so that I can access these state from anywhere in my application. Okay, so symbol and set symbol, balance, set balance. So I'm going to do it very quick. Balance and set balance also, and the last one should be currency and set currency. Okay guys, wait a minute, currency and set currency. Now guys, I've defined the logic here in my login.js. If chain ID is this, app.set chain to Robston and set login to be true, right? And here I will also set the initial states for these states, right? So what I'm going to do, guys, if chain is Robston, I want to say that app.set currency to Robston Ether. Okay, Robston Ether, and the same thing is going to be for Rinkibi and for Polygon, right? And if the case is Rinkibi, so I've done that multiple times, I guess. Wait a minute, yeah. So if the chain ID is Rinkibi, I want to say that set currency to Rinkibi Ether, and if it is Polygon, I will say matic. Okay, and also guys, let's come here, and the same thing goes for currency, right? We have defined currency, the same thing goes for symbol. Where is it? Okay, if it is Robston, I want to set the symbols to reth, right? And rather than app.set currency, I will say app.symbol, and I will copy the same thing here and the same thing right here too. And third one is matic, so I will say, so matic symbol is also matic, right? Okay, and it will also be reth because Rinkibi Ether and the Robston Ether. And now this thing is looking good, guys. And now I have to do something for my balance, right? So let's do a thing, guys. What we can do, we can actually define a state in here. Okay, so let's define it. Not state, we can define use effect in here, which will get the balance for me. Okay, now guys, I am going to need my ethers.js. Okay, so I have to define the signer here. So I will write import ethers from ethers. Okay, and here I'm going to define the signer. I will say const, very first it would be provider, and I will say not Ethereum, ethers dot providers dot web3 provider, and I'm going to pass here Ethereum, and Ethereum is coming from my window, right? The MetaMask wallet. And here I will say const signer is equal to provider dot get signer. Okay, and this thing will work perfectly. I'm going to define a use effect here, and this use effect will be independent of states. And here I'm going to define an async function here, because guys, getting the balance from the chain is a asynchronous call, right? So that is why I am defining a async function here. I will say async function get bal, and here I will say await, wait a minute, I will say const balance is equal to await signer dot get balance. And guys, this thing here will return me the balance in way, not in ether, right? So I have to use the ethers util now. So what I will say set balance, and I'm going to use ethers dot utils dot and for pass ether, right? And I'm going to pass it balance. Okay, I guess it is not parse ether, it is format ether, guys. I will say format ether, and I will pass the balance here, and this will return me the balance in ether. Okay, and this thing is returning me the balance in way. So I'm going to save it, and in send.js I will use these states, right? So here is my if. So here I will need, if I define, so I am going to use context here. Okay, I will also import use context, and I have to import the application state, which is app state from app, right? Now guys, I will do const app is equal to use context, and it will have my app state. Okay, and after that I will say app dot here should be my currency, and after that guys, the balance. Before that, here should be my app dot symbol, right? And guys, I am going to slice the balance string, because it is going to be a long decimal value. So I'm going to slice it. I will show only few digits of it, right? So what I will do, I will say app dot balance dot slice from 0 to 5, right? And now let's save it and go to the browser, and let's see if it is working or not, right? So something went wrong, that is why application is not showing me. So let's see guys what's wrong with it. Well guys, so we have made some mistake here, and let's fix them so that our application will work good. So what I'm going to do, very first, the provider section here. So this is going to be an instance of my provider, so I have to put new keyword here, right? The very first mistake, and the second one is currencies spelling is galat here. Okay, it should be currency, right? And here also it should be currency. And after that guys, I will come to login.js, and here I just have put the symbol. Instead I should have put set symbol, right? So here I will say set symbol. Now if I save this and go to my application, and now let's try, and if I connect this thing, and we will wait a bit. Okay, and also I have issue with my balance, right? So let's see it guys. If I go to my app.js, and here guys, look at it, I've defined a function here but I didn't call it, right? That's a silly mistake. So I will say get bal, and now guys, let's check the application or reconnect. let's say connect, and here I am getting my balance, right? And this is amazing, guys. Now guys, I want to write logic that whenever the user changes, so that if a user changes anything from here, like if user changes the account here, I want to actually reflect the balance here, and it is doing that, guys. My balance is updated, but if I change the chain, let's see, if I change to Rinkibi, and if I switch the network, now that's a problem, guys. Okay, my balance is updated, but not actually. Yeah, I guess if I select the first account, and it is showing me correct balance, guys. But the thing here is I have selected Rinkibi, but here the currency and the symbol has not changed, and I don't want that, guys. I want them also to change whenever I change my chain, right? So let's write let's define a use effect for it too. And React is all about state management, guys. Okay, and guys, here I have the chain handling. Okay, whenever my chain changes, this event will be called, so I can put my state here. It's like if I say symbol and currency, I will copy this and paste it right here. If my chain changes and it is now Robston, so I will set the currency to Robston Ether and symbol to R Ether. Okay, and the same thing will be for Rinkibi. I will copy this and paste it here, and I have to remove app from here because I am defining this in my app.js, right? And after that, guys, the last one, which is my matic, I will copy this and paste it here, guys. And I have to also remove app from here. Now let's check if our application is working fine or not. I will go to my browser, and now here, guys, I've selected Rinkibi net, and my currency is Rinkibi Ether, and my symbol is R Ether, and balance is correct, right? Let's do a thing, guys. If I change the chain here, if I set it to Polygon, and if I switch network, now you guys can see my currency is changed, and also balance and my, what we call it, a symbol, right? Currency symbol, it is also changed. Now select Robston here and see for this also. Switch network, and guys, everything is working fine. And if I check balance here for my Robston, you guys can see I have 2.59 something, or here it is. So this is amazing, guys. Now let's write logic for our ERC20 token. How would we get the balance of ERC20 token, and how would we do other things with it, right? So let's do this, guys. Well, guys, now I will go to my send.js and close these files because I don't want them now. And here what I will do, I will create a state for my address, ERC address. Okay, so I will write here ERC token address, and here set ERC token address, and use state, and initially, guys, it would be a blank string. Okay, so now I will go to my input field. Here it is. I will say on change, not on click. Here I have to define on change. On change, I want to run a function which will set my ERC20 token address to e.target.value. Okay, so here I will define e, and it will set my ERC20, wait a minute, guys, it is set ERC token address to e.target.value. target dot value. Okay, and I have done something wrong here. Let's check this out, guys. Well, guys, I can write it like that. What I have to do, I have to put a equal to here and a curly brackets end to end. Right now it is fine. I also have to define a value attribute here. I will say value is equal to ERC token address. Okay, now if I save this and go to my browser, now guys, let's check out the state if it is working or not. I will go to my components and my send, and here is that state, right? If I write any string here, now it is working, so it's fine. Now let's define more things, guys, and the very first thing is going to be my provider, right? So I have to get data from the chain, so I have to set a provider here. So here I will do const provider is equal to new ethers dot provider. So I have to import ethers here too. I will say import ethers from ethers, right? ETHERS. Now I will say ethers dot providers dot web3 provider, and in here I will pass window.ethereum. Now I've called my provider. Now guys, I can create a contract instance here. So the thing is, how would I actually access the data of the given ERC20 token address? So guys, you know that if I want to access the data of the contract, I want its address and its ABI and my provider. I have two things, guys. I have provider I have here, and I have address which I will get from anywhere, like you can get any of ERC20 token address, right? But the thing I want is ABI. So here I want to show you something interesting. I will paste a piece of code here, and this is my ERC ABI. So this is the beauty of ethers.js, guys. You can define your ABI functions like that. As you guys know, ERC20 is a standard, and every ERC20 token must contain these functions. So I can write ABI like that. It's not a complete ABI, but only those functions which I will use in this application, right? So that's the beauty of ethers.js. You can define the ABI like that. Now I can create the instance of the contract. So what I can do here, I will say const ERC contract. I will say ERC contract is equal to new ethers dot contract, and here guys I have to provide three things. The very first is going to be address of it, and how would we access the address? The user will provide us, which is ERC token address. So I'm going to paste it here, and the second thing I need is ABI, and here is my ABI, right? So I will write down here ERC ABI. So guys, you can write any of the contract ABI like that, which you know that the contract actually contains these functions, right? And which functions you want to use, you can define the ABI like that. And after that guys, I want my provider. Well, now I can actually start making requests to the contract and get the data from the contract, guys. Okay, so let's do that. Now guys, what I can do, I can create a function here. So in my select button, where is it? I have to find that. Yeah, in my select button, I'm going to define a on click function, which is going to be select, I will say select token. Okay, and that is enough. Now I have to define this function, guys. So up above here I will define this. I will say const select token is equal to, and a async function it would be. Okay, now guys, I can make a synchronous call in this, and what I'm going to do, guys, very first I will get the contract data. The very first is going to be the name of the currency. I'm going to say name is equal to my ERC contract dot, I can write function name here to get the data from it. I'll say name, and this will return me the name, but I have to put it as a weight, right guys? And after that, guys, I will do the same thing for my symbol and balance function. So I will write here balance and my symbol. So here for balance of function, what I have to do, I have to pass a address here, okay, which the address, and this will return me the balance of that address. Okay, so currently my address is app.address, right? My current MetaMask address is app.address, guys, and the lastly symbol, and I don't have to pass any argument for symbol. And now this will return me the data of the contract, right? Now at last, guys, what I'm going to do, I'm going to set these things in a state. So what I will do here, guys, I will say set very first it is actually app.setBalance to this balance, right? And also, guys, this balance is going to be in way, and I want to convert it in ether. So I will do the same logic here. I will say ethers.utils.format ether, and inside it I will pass balance, right? Very good. And after that I will say app.set symbol. App.set symbol would be my symbol, and the last one app.set currency, okay, and it would be my name which I got from here. So guys, I hope you have got the point. How would we access the data of any contract? Like, I am here accessing the data of any ERC20 token, and I know, guys, that every ERC20 token will contain these functions. That is why I am so concrete that it will work for every ERC20 token, right? And if I save this and let's check is everything is fine. So guys, let's try if it is working or not. So very first I will tell you the logic here, what actually happens here, right? So first thing, it will show me a select button here because my token has not been changed yet. I haven't changed my token yet, so it will show me select button right here. And in my input field I have to put that. If I click on the select token button here, what I want to do, I want to set the ERC loading to be true. And here, if ERC loading is selected as true, now this tailspin will appear a loading screen, like it will show me a loading screen. And at last, when everything is fine, everything has been done, here I will say set ERC loading to be false. And here, guys, if ERC loading is false, now it is not going to show me the select button, it will show me the remove button, because I will also do token changed to be true. So I have to also do that. I will say here set token changed to be true, right? Now I guess everything is good. Now let's go to the application. And guys, how would you get the ERC20 tokens? So I will suggest you to go to the faucet of Chainlink. Wait a minute. Chainlink faucet, because this is the only ERC20 token I found, and I got this. Okay, so it works on the following networks. So you can get it on any network, Polygon Mumbai or Rinkibi. Let's say I want it in, okay, Ropsten is not defined here. So let's say I want Rinkibi, and what is it saying, guys? Rinkibi.infura.view. So actually I want faucet for that unknown network, so I have to change it from here, right? It is selected to Ropsten. I will select Rinkibi here, and yeah, it is my wallet address. I can actually request the token from here, right? So please select the image main on its snag. So I will select this, and after that, so guys, actually I do have tokens. I do have Chainlink tokens, right? So you can get your Chainlink tokens in any of your test network like Polygon Mumbai or Rinkibi testnet from here. So I've shown you guys. Now what I will do, I will go to Chainlink token of my Rinkibi. Okay, Chainlink token network, and this is the address of the contract. Now guys, I want this contract address, right? You guys can check here other things too. If I see their contract, you guys can see here many things, right? Now what I will do, guys, okay, here is their ABI. The ABI of this contract is here, right? You can get it like that, and if I paste this address here and my network is Rinkibi selected, if you select any other network, it would fail because this is the Chainlink token address for Rinkibi testnet, right guys? If I click on select now, let's see what happened. A nice little loading screen here. Now guys, you can see that it is selected to Chainlink token and my balance is updated, and I'm not sure if my balance is 16 here or it is showing me other balance. Let's check it out, guys. No, it is actually showing me the Ethereum balance, right? Because I have created a use effect there, and every time some changes happen, where is my app.js? So every time something happens, it is calling this use effect and my balance is updated of the chain. So that's why it is showing me right now the Ethereum balance, not the actual Chainlink balance. So we will fix it right now, by the way. And guys, to fix this problem, what I can do, I can actually remove use effect from here and from here. So I will I will just define this function, which is my get balance, and these two lines I will put inside it, okay, so that I can make to call this function every time I want. Like I can call it anytime. It won't call itself whenever something changes, which it was doing in use effect, right? I hope you have got the point, guys. Now I can actually call this function whenever I want, and this is the appropriate way to do anything, guys. Like I have done a mess here. What I've done, I've defined these conditions many times, right? I've defined this condition already 2 or 3 times, and I will define it in other components too. So the appropriate way to do is to create a function, put everything inside it, and call the function whenever you want. But guys, in my case, I am committed to copy paste thing, so I will stick to it, right? So for now we have created the get val function, and guys, here what I want, whenever the chain changed, I want to call this function. I will say get val, so it would update my balance, and whenever the account change, I will call get balance, right? Okay, I've done that. And also guys, in my login.js, so that initially it would get balance, here in my login wallet function, whenever a user login, I also will call app.getBalance. Okay, app.getBal function here, so that initially also it would fetch the balance from the chain and show me in the application. And to accessing get bal here, guys, what you have to do, you have to simply pass that get val function in appstate.provider. Okay, and if I save this and go to my application, now if I connect with MetaMask and connect this one, here I have my current balance. If I change any chain here, like if I select Polygon, switch network, the balance get updated. And if I head back to the Rinkibi, my balance get updated. And now if I even select any ERC20 token, if I paste address here and select any ERC20 token, so it won't affect it. Now I have 57.2 Chainlink tokens, guys. Right now this thing is working perfect. Now guys, what I want to set functionality that whenever a user click on this remove button, the state would reverse, like the it would reverse to the current chain and its token and its balance, and the address would disappear. Right, so let's define this function too, guys. So I will come to my Visual Studio Code, and here I will came to my send.js, right? And I will close these tabs right now, and here in the remove one, right here, the remove one button, what I want it to run a function on click. The function name would be remove token, and we will define the function right down of the select token. I will say const remove token is equal to async, and here I can define the functionalities here to reverse the state. Right, so let's do it, guys. Well guys, I have wrote the logic already, and you guys can copy the same thing because we have already wrote it many times, right? So you know this condition we have wrote many times. If the chain is Robston, set currency to Robston, and the things here. So I've told you guys the better way and appropriate way to do this is to use functions, but for now I'm not doing it, right? And here also I will say set ERC token address to be blank, and set ERC to be false, that it would not show me the ERC section, and also set token changed to be false, so that my the loading one button would not appear, right? And at the end I will say app.getBalance, so that my balance would also get updated if I remove the token. So guys, if you found any trouble writing the code, the source code link is in description, check it out, guys. Right, so now head back to the application, and right here now I have in my Rinkibi network, I've copied this Chainlink address and pasted here, and I will select this token, and here everything is working fine. And if I remove this token, I will click on remove. Now the state is reversed, guys. Now that was what I want, right? And it is working fine. Let's test it for any other ERC20 tokens. So here, okay, okay guys, I can get any of ERC20 token from here. Token transferred. Okay, it is somebody create a human token in a Rinkibi testnet. So I can also copy this address, and these all things would apply for any of these chain, guys, right? You won't find any trouble using other chains. If I copy this address and paste it here, so now I'm going to select this token, and now guys, here I found that it is the human token and I don't have any balance for it. If I remove that, and now the state is reversed, everything is working fine, guys. Now let's move forward and create other functionalities, the transfer functionality for our application, right? Well guys, before moving forward, let's go to remix ID again, and we are going to deploy our smart contract now. Okay, so Yeah, this is my contract. We have wrote this already. Now guys, to deploy it, you must have some test ether. Like if you are in Rinkyb testnet, you must have Rinkyb test ether, or if you are in Ropsten, that native currency. Okay, that chain's native currency. Now how would you get it? You have to simply write, guys, if I write faucet dot I will say faucet Rinkyb, and you would find their website, and you have to simply get your test ether just like we did for Chainlink tokens, right? You have to simply paste the address here and click here, send me it, and it would send you. Same for Ropsten and same for Polygon testnet. Okay, Polygon Mumbai. You would get your faucets like this, and you need this to deploy your smart contract on the chain, right? So I have got their faucet funds here. Okay, I do have Rinkyb ether, I do have Ropsten ether, and also I do have my Polygon testnet ether. Okay, so what we are going to do, guys, now we will go to this section, and here I would choose injected provider MetaMask. Okay, and here my network is selected, which is currently my Polygon testnet. Okay, here it is Polygon testnet. Now guys, it is showing me the balance of this, and now I'm going to deploy it. So guys, I will deploy it by clicking on it, and yeah, to deploy on these network I have to pay gas fee, right? I will confirm this transaction, and we will wait a bit. And it will take some time, guys, right? So we have to wait until then. Okay guys, now my contract is deployed in my Polygon testnet. So what I will do, I will copy the address here, and for now I will paste it in this contract as a command, right? Because I need this address. I will zoom it a bit, yeah, and this is my Polygon. Okay, and after that the same thing we will do with Ropsten and Rinkyb. So let's deploy it there too. I will change my chain from MetaMask. Now I will select Ropsten testnet, and let's deploy this contract there too, guys. I will deploy it and confirm the transaction, and also we will wait for it too. And now guys, also it is deployed in my Ropsten testnet, and the same thing I will put it here as a command, and it is Ropsten, right? And at last, guys, we have to deploy it in Rinkyb too. So you can't access the contract from other chain, so we have to deploy it to all the chains we will use, right? So also the Rinkyb here, and let's deploy it again. And we will wait a bit, guys. Okay guys, the fastest deployment was on Rinkyb, right? So I will copy this address of Rinkyb and paste it right here. Rinkyb. Now guys, okay, everything is fine. Now guys, I want this contracts API, which is in my artifact, and I will got it on my PayPal metadata.json. Okay, here is my API right here. So what I'm going to do, guys, I will copy this wall and go to my Visual Studio Code, and in my src directory I'm gonna create new directory which will contain PayPal, right? And in here I will create a file paypal.json, and I will paste that whole code here, and from here I can access my API of the contract, right? To call the data and to send the data to this contract I need API, yes. And also in this PayPal directory I will also say paypal.sql. So let's copy our Solidity code to instead it is not required, but let's copy it. It is good if we put it in our project too, right? So here I've got all the addresses of the deployed contract, and I've got my API. So now we can define our application further. So guys, we have deployed our smart contract and in all of the required chains. So now I can move forward and style other things too. So here I will style a transfer to a section, okay. And here guys, I have to define a div, and of course styles, and as always I will write styles very fast without speaking. Wait a minute, flex. Yeah, and after that guys, what I will do, I will put an input field here, right? And guys, the styles of this input field would be as same as this one, okay. So here I will copy these styles and go to this input section. I have to define class name here, and inside it I will paste this thing. Right now guys, what I can do, I can style things further, and we will write logic after that, right? So again, one more input field. Wait a minute, and guys, this input field will also have the same classes as above, but the difference here would be that it would be 1/4 width of the parent div, right? Now if I save that and go to my application, and connected, and now guys, let's check it out. It is looking good, but I don't want them to collide with each other, right? Here I will give the second input a margin left of 4 so that they won't collide to each other. Now let's check it out, and yeah, now it is looking good. And guys, after that let's pass placeholder for both of them, and this one is going to be paste recipient address. Wait a minute, it's recipient, okay, and address. And the second one is going to be amount, okay. And let's check this out, and yeah, now it is looking cool guys. And this input will be a type of number, okay, type of number, right guys? Now I'm going to save it, and guys, let's define a state for both of them so that we can access it in our state, right? So what I'm going to do, before doing that guys, I will also copy this ERC20 token address from here, and actually I will define this state in my app.js. And why I am doing this, because guys, if I navigate through wait a minute, if I navigate through any other route and if I head back to the my send component, so it would disappear, the state would disappear there, but I don't want it to disappear, right? I want it to hold the value inside it. So what I'm going to do, actually I will define the ERC20 token address and set token address here, okay, and I will access. And before that, let's pass it in this attribute. Wait a minute, guys. Here I'm going to pass it, and also set ERC token address, and yeah, and two more state for our input fields. The first one is recipient address and the second one is amount, right? So here I'm going to define it. I will say const recipient address and set recipient address, right? Initially it would be a blank string, and also the other state would be amount comma set amount is equal to use state, and it would be a blank string initially, right? I'm going to paste all of four of them right here in my value attribute, right? Recipient address, set recipient address, and also what it was amount, right? Amount and set amount, amount and set amount. Okay, so now I can access these states in my other components too. So I'm going to my send.js, and here very first what I will do, I have to change the token address from here, the instance of my contract. I'm going to change it from ERC20 token address to app.erc20 ERC token address, right? And the second one we have to do it in input field. Where is my input field? Okay, we have to find that, guys, and here it is. I'm saying here on change set ERC token address e.target.value, and what I will do, I will say it should be app dot, right? App dot set ERC20 token, or also the value would be app dot ERC token address. Now I will save this and also define on change attribute for these inputs. So I will change, and it will be a function, and I want event here, right? I want to access event here, and I will say app dot set recipient address to be e dot target dot value, right? And after that a value attribute, and it would be app dot recipient address, and the same thing for this one. Okay, here it would be app dot amount, and the value should be wait a minute, I have to write it completely, e dot target dot value, and value should be my app dot amount, right? Now guys, let's check it out if it is working or not. I am here, and set token address is not defined. Where? So it is in my 47th line, right? So guys, let's check it out. 47 here. Okay, I have to do it app dot, right? Set token address to be null. Let's save this, go to browser and connect. Okay, we will wait a bit. Here guys, I've got my states working perfectly. Let me show to you guys too. Here is my app, right? And the states are here. If I paste recipient address, yeah, it is working fine. And the amount, I will save whatever. What's wrong with it? So there is something issue with amount, right? So let's check it out, guys. Where is my amount? This is my amount section, and on change app dot, okay, it should be set amount, guys, right? It should be set amount. Now let's save this and head back to the application. And if I have to reload the application, guys, before that, right? Okay, in here, guys, let's check if all of the states are working fine or not. If I write any address here, and in here, yeah, it is working. The recipient address, whatever, yeah, working. And the amount, even now it is not working. I have to check that again. App.set amount, okay, again spelling wrong. It should be small s, because my app.js has small s here, right? Now save this again. We have to go to the browser, and now, yeah, it is working fine. Now everything is fine, my states are good. Now, guys, what I'm going to do, now we have deployed the smart contract. Now we are going to need that, right? So let's use it, guys. And now, guys, I will go to my app.js, and here I will define few more states, right? And the very first is my contract address, right? I will say PayPal contract address, and set PayPal contract address, okay, and use state, and initially it is going to be blank, but it shouldn't be blank, right? But we have to define some logic. In my use effect and my login.js, let's go to login.js, guys. Here I will say that if my chain ID is Robston, I want to set the PayPal contract address to which I have deployed the address which I have deployed in Robston, right? This address right here. So I have to define that, right? So here, guys, I will go to my very first, I'm copying this address right here. I will go to my login.js, and here very first I have to also put these things in my provider, right? Set amount, and also this one, and set PayPal contract address. And now, guys, here I will say app.set PayPal contract address, and the address is going to be not this, this right here. Okay, I will copy this and paste it right here. And here, guys, if the chain is rinky, I want to set the contract address, this one, right? Where's my rinky? Yeah. And if it is Polygon, the Polygon deployed contract instance one. And yeah, now I can do the same with my app.js, right? Here, if my chain changes, if my chain changes, I want to set it right here too. Okay, and wait a minute, guys. Okay, what's wrong with it? I don't know, actually. I will cut this right here, and let's try to paste it now. Okay, so yeah, that's the problem, right? Now here the same thing I will do with rinky and Polygon. Here I will copy the rinky contract, and I will paste it right here. And the Polygon, Yeah, now if I go to my application and connect it, now let's check out guys if it is working fine or not. I will go to my components and here is my app state, and initially guys double E7, right? Let's check this out. Double E7, it's my Rinky it's my Rinky's contract, and yeah, I'm in my Rinky chain. If I change chain to Polygon, if I switch the network, and the state hasn't changed yet, right? So guys, let's check it out. Double E7, okay, what's wrong with it? It's changed. I've changed to Polygon and it should have changed, guys. Okay, let's see what's the problem. Well guys, the problem here is that I am in my app.js and I'm accessing the states like this app dot, but I don't need it because I am inside app.js, right? So I don't need to write it like that. And now if I go to my application, we will try this again. Connect, and it's 9f5 and my Polygon contract is 9f5. Yes, now let's switch to Ropsten and let's check if it is 773 or not. Ropsten, switch the network, and here guys my state is changed. And if I switch to Rinky, and it is working perfectly fine. Okay guys, so we have done that. And also guys, I want to set blockchain explorer too for these things, right? So here I will say const explorer so that we can show user the detailed transaction details in blockchain explorer, right? So here I will say explorer and set explorer and use state, and initially it would be blank, and I have to do the same thing for my blockchain explorer too, right? So guys, here what I will do, I will check the link of blockchain explorer. If I go to rinkyb etherscan.io, it's okay, rinkyb.etherscan.io. So I'm going to define here, if the Rinkyb one, if the chain is Rinkyb, I will say set explorer to rinkyb.etherscan.io, right? Okay, I will say https, and now it will look like a link, right? And the same thing goes for Ropsten. Here I will say ropsten.etherscan.io, Ropsten, and I think the Polygon Mumbai's explorer is just like that. Okay, let's check out guys, Polygon Mumbai explorer, and it is mumbai.polygonscan.com. now I have to set here mumbai.polygonscan.ie, what it was .com, right? So I have to put .com here. Now guys, the same thing, I will copy this state, and before that I will pass my explorer and set explorer in my value attribute. In my app state provider, I will say explorer and set explorer, right? So it is good to define state in a guys, in a container like I'm doing here in using app.js. You guys can use Redux like libraries so that you can manage your state more beautifully. And now guys, I will go to my send.js, and before that let's copy this thing. And in my send.js initially, where is my, oh, not actually send.js, I have to go to login.js, right? Yeah. Now initially, if the chain is Robston, I will set the explorer to Robston, right? And it is going to be app.setExplorer, and the same thing going with this thing, and after Polygon also. And here it is going to be mumbai.polygonscan.com, and it is going to be Rinkeby, right? Rinkeby, and I've set Robston. Why I've set it 2 times? Okay, here. Now it looks good. And guys, if you are facing any problem writing the code, and if you are not getting the thing, source code link is in description. You can check that source code in GitHub, right? So that you would get a reference of that. So now guys, I will go to my application and I have to do a connect again, right? I've connected this, and right now my chain is Rinkeby, and I will go to my components, and here, where is app? Yeah, it is. And the blockchain explorer now is https rinkeby.etherscan.io, and let's change the chain. And yeah, it is working well. So guys, I will head back to Rinkeby, and I will close this thing. And now let's create a button here to transfer the amount. We will write the logic later. Now let's create a button. I will go to my send.js, of course, and here after my transfer to section, I want to create a section, the transfer button, right? And let's style it a bit. I will create a div, and it is going to take classes, and let's say it is flex. Wait a minute, it is flex and margin top 4, and so guys, I'm defining these classes very fast. I don't want to waste your time, right? And here I will say bg opacity to be 70. Yeah, and now border should be okay, border should be 2, and finally we have defined the classes. And here I will say transfer. Okay, I'm going to save it, and let's go to the application. And now this button is looking beautiful, guys. Now guys, what I will do here, I will define a logic to actually transfer the funds. I will say on click execute a function named transfer amount, right? Now guys, let's define this function, and before that I'm going to create a section here, error and message. Here I will create a paragraph, a little text, right, which will show me the any error occurred in the application, or any if a transaction gets successful, the message we should also see that, right? Now here I will define a paragraph here, and here I will define a state, but initially I'm not doing anything. Let's put a class name here, and it is going to be text, red 600, and text should be large and margin top 2, and padding of X should be 3. After that, the same for my message, like my success message or any other, but the thing here is it is not going to be red, it is going to be green, and the margin top 2 okay, and I don't want its padding of X to be that big. I will say padding of X to be 1, right? I'm going to save it. I will also define a state for these, so okay, I'll do it later, or rather I can do it right now, right? So let's go to app.js and define these states. So here after my explorer, I will say error and set error, use state and initially blank, and also use state and it is going to blank. And now let's put it in my provider. Okay guys, we have defined so many states here, right? But it is worth it. Now I will say very first error, and then set error, after that message, and wait a minute, set message, right? I will save this. Anyway, I will access these states in here. I will say app.error, right? And here I will say app.message. Okay guys, now after that, let's define the function we transfer amount, right? Which will actually transfer our ERC20 token or my native currency to the given address. So I will move forward here. After this guys, I will define a function transfer amount, okay, and it should be a async function. And yeah, now guys, I can define my function body, and let's define it guys. And in my transfer amount function guys, what I will do, I will say if, so I have to put condition here, because what we are going to do, if user selected any ERC20 token, we will write logic to transfer the ERC20 token, right? But if user hasn't selected any ERC20 token, we will simply send the native currency of the chain. Like if the chain is selected to Rinkybi, it would send Rinkybi Ether, and Polygon, it would send the Matic token, like, right? And we have wrote the function right here. So if user hasn't selected any ERC20 token, I will simply execute this transfer function here. But if he did selected any ERC20 token, then I will have to call the transfer function of this contract, the ERC contract, right? So we have to do that. So that is why I'm using if else condition here. So here I will say if token changed, if this is true, it means guys, if token change is true, that means user has selected any ERC20 token, right? But before that guys, what I'm going to do, I will actually change, I will remove this state from here and set it to my app.js. Why? Because if I navigate to any other component, I will lost my state in my send.js. That is why I'm defining it here. And here I will say, okay, here everything is good. In my send.js, I'm going to replace my what it was token changed, right? Here I will replace my token changed to app dot token changed, right? And yeah, change this to change this, no, not actually this, here I will say app dot set token changed, right? And yeah, I guess everything is good now. And here I will also say set token changed. I want to change this to app dot set token changed, right? Yeah, it is already done. I don't want it again. Now I will go to other section. Okay, not man, what are you doing? Okay, so I will remove this right now, and if we get any error here also, not set app.token changed, I will say app.set token changed, right? And app.set token changed, and I guess everything is good now. And if any error happened, we will fix that, right? And for now, what I'm going to do, I am passing this token changed and set token changed in my provider. So here my token changed and set token changed. Okay guys, now what I can do, now here in my transfer amount function, I will say app.set token changed. If it is true, that means user has selected ERC20 token. So here I will say await my contract. Where is my contract? This is my here it is my ERC20 contract. Wait a minute. Yeah, it is my ERC20 contract. And guys, rather than giving provider here, I will actually give signer here. I will say signer is equal to provider dot get signer, because we can only send transaction through our signer. Okay, so here I will say signer, and this is our ERC contract, and we will call the transfer function. I will say ERC await, where is it? I will say await ERC contract dot transfer function. And here guys, I have to put few arguments. The very first is going to be address 2, and the second one is amount. Okay, so here guys, what I will say, in here guys, I have to pass 2 arguments. The first is going to be 2, and which is in my state the recipient address, right? App dot recipient address, and the second one is going to be amount. And also guys, we can pass the amount just like that. Why? Because we have to pass the amount in way, right? Not in the native currency, or because guys, 1 ether is equal to 10 to the power 18 way. The smart contract actually understand the language of way, but for our user it is not appropriate way to use way. So we give interface for user to write the things in ether or direct native currency, but in smart contract guys, it only understand way things, right? So now what I can do, now here I will say ethers dot utils dot parse ether, right? And the parse ether function will convert my ether to way. And here you guys can compare same thing, like I'm saying matic or ether, these are same fundamentally, right? So you don't have to confuse in it, like it is that he is only telling about ether, what about matic? They are the same thing guys, right? So I have defined await, and let's put it in a variable. I will say const tx is equal to, and here after I will say await tx dot wait, right? So it will wait until the transaction get completed, and once it get completed, I am going to say app dot set message, set message transfer transaction successful, right? And it will look good. And in here guys, I will say else if this is not the case. It means else if user hasn't selected any ERC20 token right now, I will call my PayPal contract function, which is my transfer function in this contract, right? Yeah, this transfer function. Here I also have to define contract for my PayPal one. So here I will say PayPal contract and new contract, and the address of the contract is going to be app.PayPal contract address. Right guys, and the ABI is right here, so I have to import it. So how can I import it? I have to simply write import PayPal from / my PayPal, and inside it paypal.json. And here guys, in ABI I will say paypal.output.abi. so I've got my ABI and I have got my signer from here, and I will put a comment here that the code does not look mess. I will say contracts, right? And yeah, we've done that guys. And what I'm going to do now, here I will say const dx is equal to await and my PayPal contract dot transfer function, right? And I do have some arguments here, and the argument is going to be very first to, right, the address we are going to send, and the second one is going to be symbol. So I have to pass it here too. So here I will say the 2 is going to be app.recipient address, and the symbol is going to be app.symbol, right? And guys, after that I'm going to pass a value attribute here, right? Because I don't have mentioned amount in my this transfer function in here, so I have to do it in using JavaScript, okay, so that I will able to transfer the funds from my MetaMask. So let's define this guys. And guys, this value key here, so after all of my arguments I've passed an object here, and inside it I've passed a value key, and this will say MetaMask that the user want to transfer the given funds. And how would we get the given funds? We have to use, and in here guys, the same thing, I will use ethers.utils.parseether, okay, because I want to send the transaction in smart contract with way things. So here I will say my app.amount, right? And now I think everything is good, and we will move a step further guys and actually define a try catch block here. Why? Because I want to catch the errors, right? So here I am going to paste this in my try block, and after that I will say catch if any error occurred. You have to app.set error, and the error will be, wait a minute, I will say error.message message, okay. So this will try to do these things. If this doesn't happen or an error occurred, it will show the error in my application, because we are showing the error state right here, right? So fine guys, now we can do, now let's go to application and check if everything is working or not. App is not defined. 53 app is not defined in my 53 line, okay, it should be capital A. Now let's try this thing guys. Next, connect, and in here let's say initially I want to send my Chainlink token. So you guys can do this with any ERC20 token, but I'm using Chainlink because I don't have balance for other ERC20. Chainlink token from Faucet Funds, and here I will paste it, okay, and let's paste the recipient address. So here guys, what I'm going to do, what I will do actually, so I will copy my address right here. So I've selected this one, connect, copy, and again the first address, and I'm going to paste it here. Now guys, here an error occurred for us. Now this balance is showing me the my ether balance. Okay, this is not my chain balance. So guys, we will fix that, don't worry. But for now, let's try if the transfer function working or not. So I will say I want to send one link, right? If I will click on transfer, and yeah, MetaMask pop up, right? Here, let's check this out, guys. And here it is showing me that you want to send one link to the given address, and it is also showing me the gas fee it is going to consume. Now that means our function is working cool. Now if I remove this token, okay, so it is also showing me the error, MetaMask transaction signature, user denied the signature. Wow, this is great. Now here guys, now I haven't selected any ERC20 token. Now if I want to transfer, so let's check this out. It is also working. So guys, it will send one Rinkyb ETH to my contract, right? And the contract is directly transferring that funds to the given address. And that means it is working very fine. If I reject this, and my error here is showing correctly, right? Now guys, let's create our Dapp look more beautiful and fix some of the errors here. Okay, so I am in my Visual Studio Code and let's start fixing errors, guys. Now guys, I am going to fix most of my errors of this application. Okay, so how would I do that? So I am going to define all the state in my app.js. So at the end, we will move all my state to app.js in here. And my show ERC, set show ERC, even ERC loading, and set ERC loading. And also guys, I am going to copy all of these functions, my transfer amount and select token, remove token, and ABI contacts, most of the things, right? Yeah, almost it's everything. We are moving everything from here to my app.js, right? So that my state management would be better, right? And here guys, now as I am in my app.js, now I don't have to pass here states like app.amount or app.whatever. Okay, you have got the point, guys. Now I will remove things like that from here, from my all of the functions, right? So very first, second, and this. Okay, so how I am doing this, guys, you have to select app dot, and if you press Ctrl D in your Visual Studio Code, it will select everything like that for you guys. Okay, so Visual Studio Code will select all of the text like that. Now I guess everything here. Now I can remove app dot from here, and I guess now our functions will work. But before that, guys, what I am going to do in my sand.js, before that, guys, I have to pass everything on my provider also, like I'll say provider and signer. Wait a minute. No, actually we don't have to. What I will do here, guys, I will pass my functions in it, right? Select token, remove token, and transfer amount, and then everything will work fine. I'm going to pass all of the functions in my provider, app state provider. So I'm going to say remove token, set token, wait a minute, set token, and okay, it is select token, I guess. Yeah, select token and transfer amount, right? Okay, now good. Here, guys, let's create a try catch block. I'm going to create try catch block for all of my functions. Here I will say try this, and if some error occurred, I will say not else. It is a catch error and set error to error.message. Right, now let's do the same thing for this select token. I will say try to do this, and if it failed, throw me the error, catch error, and set error to error.message. Okay, now I guess we are good to go, and let's go to send.js, guys. So I am in my send.js. Now what I have to do, I have to pass these states also in my provider. So ERC, set so ERC, ERC loading, and set ERC loading. Right, so let's do that quickly. Show ERC and set show ERC, also ERC loading, set ERC loading. Yeah, okay, set show ERC is not defined in my app.js. Okay, very first, guys, let's see. It is saying in my app.js PayPal is not defined. Okay, let's check it out. PayPal is not defined. Okay, I guess I have to import this thing from here to here. I will move it here in my app.js, and I have to also change the path now. Right, I will say not dot slash, I'm going to say now dot slash in my PayPal and paypal.json. Right, and yeah, now let's check it out. And yeah, now our errors are in send.js. It is set so ERC, ERC loading, and whatever, guys. Now how I'm going to access it, I will say I have to do app.set show ERC or whatever for all of my things, right, in my states or functions. So I'm going to do that, guys. Now so very fast I'm going to do it for everything. Okay, app.balance and app.show ERC. Okay, I guess everything is visible for you guys now, and here it should be app.remove token, and here app.select token, transfer amount, and app.transfer amount, guys. Now let's check it out. Now I will go to my application, and ERC loading is not defined in my line 60th. Let's check this out also in my line 60th. Okay, it should be app.erc loading. Now if I save this, go to my application, and everything is working fine, guys. I'm going to select it, and let's check this out if it is working or not. I will say select, and yeah, guys, everything is working as expected. Now we are going to remove error. The very first is, if I'm changing, I will show you guys. If I'm selecting an token, and my token is selected here, right, and now if I change my account here and I will connect this, it is going to show me the wrong balance, right? It is showing me the ether balance, not my ERC20 balance. So how I'm going to counter this error is in my app.js, I will say whenever my where is it? Wait, guys, where is my use effect? Yeah, here it is. Whenever the account changes, here I want to call the select token function again, right? And if I save this and go to my browser, I will do this again. Okay, it is connected. Now select this token here. Okay, it is correct balance right now. And if I switch my account, now I am here and something went wrong. Resolver or ADDR is not configured for ENS name. Okay, what it should be, guys? So let's check this out also. In my select token, right? Well guys, after facing a lot of errors, I have found a efficient way to make it work, like to fix our errors, and the way is to define another use effects here. So I will say use effect, and here it would be dependent on address. So whenever my address changes, this use effect will be executed, right? Now I will say here, if my token changed is true, that means if an ERC20 token is selected, I want to again run a function select token, because if somebody changes the address from his wallet, it would run this function again and his balance would be updated. I hope you have got the point. And if it is not the case, if token ERC20 token is not selected, I want to simply run the get bal function, which would return the chain's native currency's balance. Like if you are in Ropsten testnet, it would display you the Ropsten ether, right? Okay. And the another use effect is going to be for my chain, right? And why I'm doing that? Because if somebody switches to another chain, I don't want to show him the previous ERC20 token address, because it would be totally different from other. It is not at all related to other chain. Okay, so here I will say use effect, and it would be dependent on chain, right? Whenever chain changes, it would evoke the remove token function. Okay, I hope you have got the point. And now I will go to my browser, and before that let's fix something also. Here in my not remove token, here in my select token, if some error occurs, even if some error occurs, I want to set the loading set ERC loading to be false, right? So that the loading screen would not run until infinite. Okay, here guys, now if I go to my application and we would connect with MetaMask, and I've connected here. Okay, let's check this out. If I changes the account, okay, it is showing the correct Rinky ether. And now let's try with selecting an ERC20 token. Here I've pasted the address. If I select the ERC20 token, okay, this wallet have 2.8 link, this address, right? And if I changes the account from here, right, now the select token function would run again and my balance is updated here. Now guys, the second thing we have done was the second thing we have done was this one, right? Whenever the chain changes, I what I'm doing, I am calling the remove token function, right? So if I change the chain here, let's say if I go to Polygon and switch the network, here my previous address of ERC20 token would disappear, because that address is not at all related to Polygon chain, right? I hope you have got the point, guys. And with that, let's go back to Rinky, And if I switch the network, and yeah, everything is working fine, guys. Now let's move forward and define some more styling for our transfer button, right? So let's do it, guys. Let's go back to Visual Studio Code and start coding. And now guys, let's go back to send.js, and here in my transfer button function I want to set a condition here. So I will define one more state, which will be my tx loading. Okay, I want to say if my transaction is loading, that means I want to show a loading screen, loading button, right? So I will create another div here, and in here I will write code to show my loading button. And if it is not the case, that means if transaction is not loading, show the transfer button, right? Now guys, I will style this loading button here. I have to put some classes and I will do it very fast, right? So let's do it, guys. Or guys, I don't have to actually write the classes again because they are as same as the transfer button, right? So I will simply paste these classes here. Now inside this div I will import my bar component, and my bar component is coming from React Load Spinner. So here guys, I have imported the bar from React Load Spinner, and now I can define it. And here guys, let's give it a bit of styling too. I will say width should be 30, and wait a minute, and its height should be, let's say, 46, and after that I will say color should be white. Okay, now let's save this, and let's define our transaction loading state first, guys. So I will go to my app.js, and how would I access it? I have to write app.tx loading to access this state, right? And here I will set it. I will say const tx loading, wait a minute, and set tx loading, and initially it would be of course false, right? Use state and false. And now in my transfer function, guys, transfer amount function, very first I will set tx loading to be true, and after all of things are done, even if error occurred or the transaction gets successful, I want to set the tx loading to be false after that, right? Okay, and now here guys, if my try block successfully executed, means if my transaction got completed, what I want to show here, I will say set message, and here transaction successful. Okay, and guys, let's save this and go back to our application, and now let's check if it is working fine or not. Okay guys, so very first I'm going to transfer my chain link tokens. Let's select this, and in this address I have 57.2 link tokens. Now I will select mine second account, right? And I will copy the address and head back to the first account. Okay, here I've pasted the address, and let's say I want to send the I'll pass two tokens here. Okay, let's click on transfer, and guys, something went wrong. Of course, let's check this out because I didn't see my loading screen here. and I hope that is because I have to pass the TX loading in my app state provider, right? Okay, so let's import it to, I will say TX loading and set TX loading. Now let's save this and go back to the application, and I have to do that all over again. Wait guys, so I need your patience here guys. Okay, I will select my ERC20 token, and until then let's copy the second address. And okay, I've copied this, head back to the first address and let's paste it, and I want to send 2 tokens. Now let's click on transfer, and here guys you can see a nice loading screen, right? Now we will wait for it, and let's confirm the transaction guys. So we have to wait a bit because we are doing it on testnet. It would also takes few time, right? Few minutes or seconds, whatever. We have to wait until then. Here guys, my transaction is successful, of course. So this is working perfectly fine, and if some error occurred, it would also show me that in here, right? Okay, now let's try with native currency. I've successfully sent the ERC20 token, and if I even check the balance of other address now, it was 2.8 or something, right? Now let's change the address from here, and here it is 4.8 now guys. That means we have successfully transferred the ERC20 tokens, and now let's do it with native currency. And I have, let's guys change the address here, and I would select the first one. I have 16 ETH here. Let's say I want to send 0.1 ETH. Okay, it is 16.87, and after that we would see the changes, right? I will click on transfer function, and again, okay, here it is even showing me that you want to send 0.1 ringgit. I will confirm this transaction. Okay, I don't know if this transaction was successful or not. What we have to do guys, I will check it here, right? Okay, it is not yet, so we have to wait until then. Okay, now the transaction is completed, but the thing is, I want to when I try to do another transaction, I want to set the message to a blank string, right? It would be a better way. So whenever I am calling this function, initially I would say set message to be a blank string, and after that guys, also if the transaction got completed, I will set the amount section to be blank. Now let's again try it, and I would connect to MetaMask. Next, connect, and I have to copy the another address guys. I will copy this one and head back to this one, paste this address, and now let's say I want to send 1 ringgit ETH, right? I will click on transfer, and I will confirm the transaction from here, and we have to wait a bit. And here, okay, ringgit is working very fast. Now it has shown me that transaction is successful. And now if I check the balance, let's say here, okay, it is updated. Now it is 1.295, and if I go back to my account section, it is 15.77 ringgit ETH, right? So that means our application is working fine. And let's go back to Visual Studio Code and code more, right? Okay, and guys, in my transfer amount function, I don't have to write it multiple times, right? Here I will say set message to transaction successful, and it will throw this message even if a ERC20 token transferred or a native currency like Ether or whatever it has been transferred, right? And also guys, here I will say await tx dot wait, so this thing will wait until the transaction is completed. So I guess that is why the transaction was working very fast in my Rinkibi, right? So I guess for now this is enough, and let's style more and do more things with our decentralized application, guys. Well guys, before moving forward, the last thing I'm going to do with my transfer amount is that here I want to say if the transaction completed, like if an ERC20 transaction completed, here I am calling the select token function again. Why? Because it will update my balance on the go. Whenever the transaction is completed, it will update the transaction then, right? And I want this. And also in else condition, if the transaction happened with the Rinkibi Ether or like the native currency, so here I am calling getBal function again. So it will update the balance of my address, right? Now last time guys, let's check this if it is working fine or not, right? So yeah, now guys, I am going to copy my chainlink token address of my Rinkibi. I think this thing will also work fine with other networks. Right now I'm working in Polygon testnet and Dropstone similarly, right? So I'm copying this address and let's go back to the application. Here I will select the chainlink token, and now I want to send it, so I will copy my second address. Okay, so I'll copy this one and now go back to my account first. Okay, I will paste this address, and let's say I want to send one chainlink token. So I will click on transfer, and we will wait a bit guys. And here guys, even MetaMask is asking me that it wanna send one link token. I will confirm the transaction from here. And wait, we have to wait, right? And here guys, the select token run and my balance is updated right now. Now that is what I wanted to do. Now it is looking good. We have done almost the hardest thing of our application, but now guys, what I will come back to my Visual Studio Code, and here I will take you to my smart contract, and here it is. Now guys, here what is happening, and in here guys, if I want to show my transaction in recent transaction, what I have to do, I have to call this event the transaction event right here. So for my transfer function, like if I transfer a native currency like we have done right now, my transaction is emitted in this event and it is good. But in case of ERC20 tokens, I have to do it separately guys. Like if I transfer the ERC20 token, I have no record how much funds have transferred to which account. So to record that, I have to call this function separately. So to do this, I have to create a component in my front end so that we will ask the user if you want to save this transaction or not. If the user want to save this transaction, he would have to pay a bit of gas fee to save the data, right? So let's go guys in our send.js, and the last thing in send.js is going to be this thing, right, which I told now, like like the save ERC20 token transaction. Okay, so after my transfer buttons, I will create one more component here, which will ask a user to save the transaction or not for every ERC20 token transfers. Right, so let's start coding, guys. Well guys, now I'm going to create a div, and of course we will style it with like superpowers very fast, right? So let's do it, guys. Here, class name, 80, width should be 4x5, and I will wrap these words so that you can see these in one frame, and after that margin top should be 2. Okay, we have styled the div, and inside it we are required one more div, and class name should be flex, width should be full, and items going to be center. Before that, justify center, and then rounded top large. Okay, and inside it one more div. Okay, so divs are part of our life now, right? Here width should be 4x6. Wait a minute. Class name, and W should be 4x6. Padding in Y direction 2, and padding in X direction also 2. Okay, now guys, inside it I will define 2 paragraphs here. One will show my amount, and the second one will show my address to whom I've sent the funds, right? So here, very first, guys, let's give class name to both of them. So class name is going to be text. First one will be Excel, and font should be mono, and it would be extra small. Okay, my address would be extra small in this case, and here I would say amount, and after that I will show the amount, and here it should show me the to whom we have sent the transaction, right? Okay, for now this is good, and after that, guys, let's create a div after that, which will show me the 2 buttons. The first one will be the save button, from clicking which user can save their transaction to our smart contract, and the second one is going to be ignore button, right? And you've got the point. Now let's design them also. So here here I will say it should be, rather I would directly create a button here, right? So let's create a button here, and we have to pass the class name, of course, and it is going to be bg green 700, and font weight should be medium here, and after that I'm going to do it very quick. Rounded medium. Okay, and this button will have the text of save, and here close the button. Well, and after that, guys, wait a minute, I will copy the same thing here, and this button, this will be my ignore button. Okay, so here I will say ignore, and a bit of styling. We will make a bit of change in styling of this button. Okay, the very first is going to be it's not going to be green, rather it is going to be red. Okay, font should be medium. Everything looks fine now. Let's save this and go to our application. And here guys, you can see this thing is looking cool, right? Okay, now after my ERC20 transfer, I will show the div like this, which will have my amount and to whom we have sent the money. And by clicking save, I want to save the transaction to my blockchain. And if I ignore this div will disappear, right? Okay, now let's move further. And of course guys, we have to define few states here. And let's go back to our app.js, and here I'm going to define few more states which we will require. Okay, so guys, the very first state is going to be show the recent transaction or not, right? So it would be const show recent tx and set show recent tx, and it would be use state, and initially of course it would be false, right? Okay, not it would be false. And after that guys, the second state is going to be data of my recent transaction, which I will show in front end, or also we will send the data to our contract, to our smart contract, right? So recent tx and set recent tx, and guys, it will hold an object which will contain my key value pairs. And the very first key is going to be transaction hash. I need transaction hash to actually to show the user the transaction hash, so that we can go to the blockchain explorer, and with the transaction hash we will be able to show the transaction there, right? So I need this. And the second one is from, and then guys to, and also amount, and the last one would be symbol. Okay guys, we have done that. Now last state is going to be loading screen of the save transaction. Okay, so we will also create a loading component for our save function, save transaction function. So here I'm going to say save tx load, and set save tx load. Okay, and it would be use state, and initially it would be false, right guys? Now we have done that, and we have to pass these things in my provider too. Okay, where is my provider? Wait a minute guys, I will wrap the words, and show recent tx and show recent tx, and the second one is my recent tx, and wait a minute, I've made some spelling mistakes, right? Here it should be recent tx and set recent tx. Now I'm good to go. Here guys, it would be recent tx and set recent tx comma also my save tx load and set save tx load. Okay, so I'm passing all of these functions. Rather, some of them I don't need in other components, but I'm passing it to app state provider. It's okay guys. So now let's head back to send.js, and here I will define a loading component for my save button too, because whenever the user click on the save, I want to run a function, and the function I will define in my app.js very soon. And here guys, I will say if my wait a minute, if my app.save tx load, wait a minute, okay, save tx load is true, it means I want to show loading screen. Of course, here I will define a div and if it is not the case, I will show the save button. Right, now let's style it a bit too. Okay, so guys, this one here will have the same classes as my save button, right? But the difference is going to be that it will contain a load component, which will be a tailspin, which will came from my React loader spinner. Of course, you have to import that from like that, and after that you can use it. And tailspin, let's give a styling it a bit. I will say height should be 12 and width should be also 12, and the last thing would be color, and color is going to be white. Okay guys, now I will say on clicking this function, I want to run a function which will be named savetx, right? And on clicking the ignore, on clicking the ignore button, I will say on click, and here what I want to say, I will run a function here which will do my app.set show recent tx. It would make it false. That means my recent transaction div here will disappear, right? So we have done that. Now let's define save tx function, right? We have to define that, and okay, let's do this, guys. So I'm in my app.js, and here after all of things, let's do a thing, define it after my transfer amount function. After this, I want to define save tx is equal to, and it is going to be an arrow function, and here guys, it also would be a async function, and we have to pass this save tx function in my app state provider. Okay, I've done that. Now let's define the function body. Where is it? Okay, here it is, guys. Now let's define the function body. Guys, before defining this function, I want to also add something in my transfer amount function. Okay, whenever my ERC20 transfer occurred, like happened, here I want to set the recent transaction data. We'll say set recent transaction, and here I have to pass the object, the state we have created right here. It is recent tx, and it will contain these key value pairs. So here I have to define them. The very first is tx has, and it is going to be my this transaction function dot hash. So I will say tx dot hash, and the second one is from, and it is going to be app dot address, of course, and the third is my to, and to is going to be recipient address. And I don't have to pass app dot here because I am in my app.js, right, which contains my all of the states of application. And after that, guys, I will say amount is going to be amount, and the last one is symbol, and it is going to be my symbol. Okay, so I hope you have got the point. I don't have to explain this, that what is address, recipient address, we know all that, right? And if you're watching this project from very beginning, you should have known it, guys. Now after that, what I will do here, now if my transfer token, my ERC token transfer successfully happen, after that I will say set show recent tx to be true. So it will show me the recent tx with the data. I will show the sum of data in my front end, like we have designed the div already. And after that, guys, okay, now I guess I can use this straight. And here, guys, I will go to my send.js, and what I have to do here, in my amount, guys, in my amount section, I will say app.recent wait a minute, app.recent tx and dot amount, Okay, so my app.recentTX contain an object which have a amount key, right? So I have to show this, and also guys, I will say app.recentTX dot and the symbol that which token has been transferred, right? And in my to section, I will show app.recentTX.to to whom we have sent the ERC20 tokens. Okay, I've done that. And also guys, let's do a thing. I'm going to create a button here which will be saying that view the transaction on blockchain explorer, and I will redirect on clicking the button, I will redirect the user to the blockchain explorer to the same transaction. Okay, so here after my button, I am going to create after this div, after my button and this div will end, I am going to create a attribute here. Okay, so here, okay, so guys, this one will have the target. Okay, wait a minute, target would be blank. Okay, underscore blank, so that it would open the blockchain explorer on new tab, and after that guys, it is going to take a href section, and this will have my path to the blockchain explorer. And we have already set the blockchain explorer in my states, right? Where is it? Yeah, this is my explorer. If I'm in my Rinkyb testnet, it will be rinkyb.etherscan.io, and same thing, we have set that on my states, right? So here guys, very first it is going to take the app.explorer, and after that guy, I will send it to an endpoint which is going to be /tx/ and my transaction has. So here I will say app.recentTX dot my tx has. Okay, well, now inside this guys, I will define a div here which will show me the text that view transaction, and I will style this div also, and let's do it very fast guys. Class name, okay guys, we have styled the div, and the last thing I am going to do here is in my okay, this is my section for RecentTX. So here what I will do guys, I will put a comment here so that I will get to know in which section I am. Also RecentTX section. Okay, and inside it guys, what I will do, I will put a class name in my template literals because I am going to write JavaScript logic here. Okay, wait a minute, and it should be inside my curly braces. Okay guys, now in here I'm going to define a bit of logic which will be if my show, wait a minute, if my app dot show recent RecentTX is if my show app.show RecentTX is true, I don't want any other CSS to apply. But if it is false, I want to create it hidden, right? So that it won't show until my show RecentTX is true. So we have done that guys. Now let's go back to our application, and there is something wrong. SaveTX is not defined. SaveTX is not defined. Where is this? In my send.js line 118. 118. Okay, it shouldn't be savetx, it should be app.savetx, because I'm going to define this function in my app section. And remember, you have to also pass this function in app state provider. Okay, so here is my savetx function. Now we have defined most of our CSS. Now let's came to this function and let's define the body for this function, guys. And in my savetx function, guys, the very first thing I'm going to do is say set save tx load is going to be true, so that my loading component will appear, and after that I will create a try catch block. Okay, it will try whatever we want, and after that if some error have occurred, I will say set error and error dot message, right? Okay, let's save this, and let's at last, guys, at last, if even the transaction got successful or error occurred, at last I'm going to set the transaction load to be false, right? So it should be false. Okay, guys, now let's define the try block. And here, guys, I will call my function of my contract, which is savetx function, and it is going to take few arguments: the from address, the to, the amount, and the symbol, right? So let's do a thing, guys. Here what I'm going to do here, guys, I will say const tx is equal to await my PayPal contract, okay, and dot my function name. My function name is savetx, and we have to pass the arguments, and the very first argument is from, then to. So here I will say resend tx dot from wait a minute, what has happened, from, and resend tx dot to, and after that, guys, my amount and symbol. So here what I will do, guys, I will send the amount in my past ether, like I will send the amount in way, so that whenever I call the event, I will get the amount in way, and then I will transfer it to ether. Because we are going to write the same logic for all of my transaction, I'm not going to write different logic for my ERC20 transfer and my native currency transfer. You've got the point. Now, guys, what I will do, I will say ethers dot utils dot parse ether, and I will pass here the amount, the resend tx dot amount, right? Okay, now my last argument is going to be what it was symbol, so I have to put resend tx dot symbol here. Okay, now, guys, here I will wait until the transaction get complete, and if it is completed, I will say set message transaction saved successfully. Okay, transaction saved successfully. And after this happened, what I'm going to do also, guys, at last, what I'm going to do, I will set show my resend tx to be false. Okay, wait a minute, falsc. Okay, it should be false, and yeah, we have done that. And after that, guys, the last thing is, if my ERC20 transfer got completed in my transfer amount function, if this transfer completed, I want to okay, I've done that. I have set the show resend tx to be true. Now let's test this function. Go back to our application and let's try this, if it is working or not. Connect. Okay, there is some problem, guys. Initially it should be false, where it is my show resend tx, it is false, but there is an error, guys. I don't want it to show now. I only want to show it after my ERC20 transaction got completed, and there might be some issue with this. Well guys, the issue is here that I have to also give a space between my classes. Okay, so after I have defined this statement here, I have to give a space for other classes. Now I will save this thing and go back to my application, and let's select the ERC20 token. And of course we are testing with Chainlink because I only have Chainlink funds in my account. You can do it with any ERC20 token, right? And after that, guys, let's copy the other address, connect this thing. I will copy this, and now I will go back to my first address, and here, yeah, I will paste the address, and let's say I want to send one Chainlink token. I will click on transfer, and let's confirm the transaction, guys. So I have confirmed it, and we will wait until the transaction get done. Okay. Okay guys, now see, my transaction is completed, my balance is updated, and here it is showing me that you have sent the one link amount and to this address. And now if I click on view transaction, it will take me to the blockchain explorer, and here I will get the data, everything, right? Okay, so I have to click it again. Now okay, my data is updated, from and to and amount, everything is here, right? Okay, that is the beauty of this application. Now let's say if I click on save, if I want to save this transaction, I will click on save, and yeah, it is not looking pretty cool. I have to style it a bit, right? I will click on confirm. Wait a minute, guys. I will click on confirm, and we will wait. And it is taking a bit longer. Let's see what happened. Okay, transaction saved successfully. That means our function is working properly, guys. Okay, so what I'm going to do here, I will style this thing a bit. Where is my button? In my, wait a minute, in my send.js I have this save button right here. Okay, but yeah, this is the thing here. I will increase its height and width, and also I want this spinner in center. So what I will do, I will give it a flex class and justify center, and it is going to be a bit big, like I will say it should be 18, and width should be 18. Let's save this and go back to application, and guys, let's try it again. I will send one Chainlink token again, and let's see how is it looking now. Okay guys, now transaction is completed. Okay, let's check if this ignore button is working or not. I will click on ignore. Okay, it got disappear. I will bring it back because I want to save the transaction in my app state provider. It should be, wait a minute, not this one, actually this thing here. Yeah, I've got the transaction back. Now I will click on save, And now guys, the loading spinner is looking very cool, right? And now I know this thing will work. If I deny the transaction from here, okay, MetaMask transaction signature, user denied the transaction. Well guys, everything is working fine, I guess. Now we can move forward and create our recipient section, and this was the biggest milestone for our project. Okay, this send.js, this component was the biggest thing in this. After that, let's create the recipient, resend transaction and global transaction section very fast, and it is going to be very easy guys. Congratulations to all of you for this achievement, right? So let's move forward guys. Well guys, let's start creating our recipient component, and I will go to my recipient.js, and here I will style it a bit and very quickly. Let's pause. For now I will just give it a padding, and in my send.js I will copy my input components. Okay, so I will copy this component and paste it here. Okay, and also guys I will wrap the words. Okay, now here rather than paste recipient address, I will say paste, okay, it should be recipient address. Okay, I didn't have to remove that thing. Okay, paste recipient address, and I will define the on change. Okay, so I will create a state here, right? But before that, let's do the same thing and copy this input section one more time. And after that, I will say paste recipient name. Okay, here name, and let's check this out if it is working good or not. App is not defined, app is not defined. Okay, actually what I have to do, I will remove this app thing from here, and now let's define a state guys. I will do it very quick. Use state and const use, wait a minute, it should be recipient address and set recipient address. So don't misunderstand this recipient address with our main app.js, right? This is for my send component, rather this is for my recipient component. So don't misunderstand them with each other. So here guys, initially it would be blank, and set recipient address, I've passed their value should be recipient address, and the same thing I will do with recipient name. I will say recipient name and set recipient name. Okay, it should be use state, and initially it would be blank too, and here I will use recipient name in here value guys, and set recipient name on my on change function. Okay, now let's save this and go back to our application. Okay, here it is looking good, and okay, so what's wrong here? There is something wrong with it. Let's check this out guys. Let's see what is wrong with it, right? So here what I will do, I will here say text white, right? And let's go back to it, and yeah, now it is working fine. And let's style them a bit. So I will give this one a margin top of 2, and now their width should be full guys. Their width should be full, and it's 2. I will say width to be full, right? Let's save this, go back to application. Okay, now it is looking good. And what I will do guys, I will set the padding y to be 3 and padding of x should be 4. Now let's check this out how it is looking. Okay, now it is looking cool. And guys, rather what can I do? I will, okay, I guess that is fine guys. I don't have to style it much, it is looking good. Now let's copy the button also. So I will not code the button again, and in my send.js I am going to copy the button. And where is it? Okay, it is the transfer button I want. Okay, this is it. I will copy this and paste it in my recipient.js. Yeah, and inside it I will write save add recipient. Okay, now let's check this out, and I will go to app is not defined, of course. So for now I'm removing this on click function. I will define it later. And let's check this out, guys. Add recipient. Okay, it is looking good. Now what I will do, I will create, rather guys, what I'm going to do now, I will create it as a flex, and items going to be center and justify center, and the width I will pass as it is 3x4, and it should be also 3x4. Wait a minute, 3x4, and the button is the button will be 3x4 also. Okay, now let's check this out. And okay, so I have to pass flex call so that it would show me the divs in column section. Now it is looking good, guys. Now it is really looking good. And now what I'm going to do, I will create a on click function, and I will say add recipient function. Okay, and let's define this function here, an arrow async function. Okay, so also guys, I'm going to use context here. I'm going to use main app state here. I will say use context and import. So I'm going to copy it from here. I will not write it again and again. Let's copy the ethers and app state, right, and put it here. Okay, now what I have to do, app state is here, and also I will do the same thing here. Okay guys, now what I'm going to do, I will say app dot app dot, and my function is in my app.js. There is my function, not function, my contract actually, and my contract is PayPal contract, right? I will say app.paypal contract, and dot before that I will say const tx is equal to await app.paypal contract dot, and I'm going to call the function, right? So where is my Solidity? And here it is. I'm going to call the add recipient function. I will say add recipient, and I have to pass some arguments here, actually 2 arguments here, the recipient address and the recipient name. Okay, so here I will pass the recipient address and recipient name. Okay, so I will wait. I will say await tx dot wait, and after this is done, guys, I'm not going to show a loading component here. You guys can do that, but I'm not going to do that because we have done that many times. You guys can do it yourself, of course, right? Now what I'm going to do here, I will also create a message button here, right? The message and error, and let's just copy this from send.js too. So here it is my, okay. And guys, rather than using app state here, I will create an error and message state for this component separately. Okay, so let's define it, guys. Here I'm going to create a state const message and set message. Use the state initially will be blank, and also error, right? Use the state and initially it is also going to be blank. Okay guys, now here what I will do, after my transaction got completed, rather I will use try block here, try catch block here, and let's move all of these here in my try block. And if this thing succeed, I will say set message recipient saved successfully. Okay guys, now if some error occurred, I will say set error to be error dot message. Okay, so we have done that. And now guys, what I'm going to do, I will check this out if it is working fine or not. Okay, I will go to my application, and here it is. I will paste a recipient address here. So I'm going to copy mine address. Okay, you guys can do it with anybody's address. I'm going to connect this. I will copy this address and head back to this one, and here is the address and the name. I will write here my what I can do, I can write my name here. Okay, I will say Shubham. I'm going to click on add recipient, and cannot read properties of undefined. Okay, something happened here. Let's check this out, guys. Add recipient, and on click I'm calling the add recipient function, and let's check if state is working or not. In my components and recipient section, here it is. Yeah, I do have it too. Now something happened, guys. Let's check this out. What is the problem actually? Well guys, I have encountered the problem, and the problem was that I have to also pass this where is it? Okay, wait a minute. This PayPal contract in my app state provider, and only after that I can access it in my other components too. So here I will pass PayPal contract in my app state, and yeah, everything is fine in my recipient.js. And if I go to browser, and let's connect this thing again, yeah, now I'm going to paste this address, and the name is going to be Shubham, which is my name, right? I will click on add recipient, and here it is. And guys, you can do the same. You can show here a loading component, right? But I'm not doing it for now because we have done that almost 5 or 6 times, right? I'm going to okay, now let's check this out. Okay, recipient saved successfully. So it is working, guys. Now what I can do, I will show my recipient here, already added recipients here, right? So what I'm going to do here now, after this thing done, here I'm going to create a new div for my recipient section. I will say div, and let's put it a class name. I will say margin top should be 4, and it is going to contain recipients. Okay, now let's check this out. Wait a minute, I will say text center. Okay, go back to application. Okay, recipients, and after that, guys, I will create components for them too. So what I will do, guys, actually I'm going to copy the same styling as of my this div here. Okay, so for now I'm copying this div, and I will edit it there, copy this thing and paste it in my recipients. Okay, now what I can do, very first I'm going to remove this thing here. I don't want to show loading screen here, and also save button I don't want it, and ignore button too. So I'm going to remove all of them, and after that, guys, after that, what's the problem here? And also this thing here, I don't want this thing. Okay, Okay, wait a minute, what I have to do actually, like this, right? And let's check this out. And here, rather than showing amount, I will show here name, right? And for now I'm hard coding the name and address, and I will say Shubham, and address also. And let's check this out, guys. But there is some issue with my code, right? Let's check this out. What is it? And okay, what might be the issue, guys? I don't know. Okay. Well guys, I guess, yeah, the problem here is I have to close this div also. So I will close this div like that, and yeah, now it is good. Let's go back to our application. Okay, it is showing like that. Let's edit this thing too. What I will do, I will give it a what it should be, guys. It should be flex column. No, not actually this one. Okay, let's check this out. And here, guys, what I'm going to do, very first I will remove this text center from here, and also remove this recipients. I don't need this text. And after that I will say width should be full, or okay, width should be full, right? Let's check this out now, and let's give it a width of full too. Now I will go there, and yeah, now it is looking good. And now I can decrease its width. I will say 4x5 or whatever, 4x6. Save this and go back to application. Yeah, now guys, what I actually want is I will create it a flex and justify center. Now check this thing. Yeah, so let's give it a width of as the above things, like, okay, it is 3x4, right? So let's give it a width of 3x4, and it should be full. Okay, now let's check this out. Yeah guys, now it is looking really cool. Now here my name will appear, and here my address will appear. Right now what I can do, I will get my name and address by calling the event. So actually let's do it, guys. I'm going to define a use effect here. I will say use effect. I have to import that, and after that let's define, I will say use effect, and inside it we are going to call the event, right? So here, very first I will create a async function, get data, and after that I will call this function. And now here I can call my events, right? We have wrote the event in my paypal.sol. Here, the recipients event, I can call this and show the recipients. So let's do this, guys. Well guys, now I will show you how to call events, right? So rather than just writing the code, I will show you guys in console that how does calling events work. So in my src, what I'm going to do, I will create a test.js file, and I will write a piece of code here, and I will be back then. Okay, well guys, now I have wrote a piece of code in here, and so here what I have done, I have imported Ether and my PayPal so that I can use its API. I have set a provider, and the provider is JSON RPC provider. I am using Alchemy APIs here. Okay, and after that I have created the contract and the address of my contract, and it is in Rinkiby, right? So it is Rinkiby provider, remember that. And here we have done this stuff many times. After that I have created a function, and this is the code to call events, right? The very first is await. We have to pass await, and PayPal contact, which is my contact dot filters, and dot after that the we have the what we call this, the event name, right? And after that, what you have to do, you have to simply write await the contract, PayPal contract dot query filter, and pass the filters here. So in this case there is no filter, but I will do this filter. Okay, so for this it is my recipients events, it's not transaction here. I will go to my PayPal dot as well, and it is recipients event, right? So in my test.js I will paste recipients, and inside query filter, okay, get this thing here. So here what I can do, guys, I can filter the data. So as you guys know that this recipient events contain all of the recipients of all of the user. It does not only contain mine. So I have to filter the data, and I will filter it through passing my address there. So that is why I've used indexed here. So remember that. And what I'm going to do here, for now I will show all of the events, but in my front end what I will do, I will pass my address here so that it would show only my recipients. So what I can do, guys, I've done that. Now I will create okay, I'm going to create a new terminal here, and here I'm going to run this file, right? I will say node okay src/test.js. okay, I will call this thing, and we will wait a bit, guys. Okay, now this is my event. This returns the list of events, and I have only a event here, I guess. Wait a minute. Okay, so this is the event. This is my recipient event. I have already called using front end, my name and my recipient address, right? And this is recipient of. So this is how we are going to show it. We will copy the same code in our recipient.js, and then I will say my element dot args dot and my whatever the parameters were, the recipient name or the recipient of. Okay, so I want to show I want you guys to see this, and now we will move to our recipient.js and actually start coding the same thing. Okay, so I'm going to copy the same code here, and I will use it inside my use effect in my recipient.js. okay, so here I will say recipients, and this thing will get the data. Okay, recipients data, and here I have to pass this recipients. Okay, I will copy this, paste it here, and inside it, guys, I've told you guys that I want only mine recipients. So inside it, what I will do, I will say app.address, and app.address contains my current MetaMask address, so that it would return only my recipients, right? So I've done that. Now what I can do, I can set a state for it, or I can do it like how I can do it. I can create a variable here. I will say const data is equal to initially I will just create the variable. I will say data. Okay, and after that I will say data is equal to recipients data. Okay, and this thing will return me an array. So okay, we have done that. Now what I can do here, yeah, in my this section I will map the array, my data, right? So here I'm gonna say data dot map, and it will return an element, and in here I am going to pass this here, this thing here, right? I will cut this and paste it inside it. Now let's check this out, and something is wrong here, guys. I've said that data dot map and it returned me this, so I have to close this also, and it didn't work yet. Let's see what the problem is. The problem is I have to move this div upside, right? Now it is perfectly fine. Now I can check this thing if it throw an error or not. I'm going to my PayPal contract is not defined. Where is my PayPal contract? Okay, in my use effect I will say app.paypal contract, right? App.paypal contract, and here also I will say app.paypal contract. Now let's check this out. I will go to my recipients and wait a minute guys, connect, and I will go to my recipients and some error occurred, right? So let's check this out, what the error is. Guys, here what I've done, I've created a state for data, and initially it would be a blank array, right? And after that I am calling this get data function, and after getting the data I am setting, I will say set data to recipient data, and my state will get updated. Now after everything guys, in my okay, where I've mapped this thing, so what I have to do, what you have to do, you have to also pass a return key, right? And close this key right here, then it would return this component here. And after that guys, I've shown you that inside the element and dot args, it contains all the parameters or arguments, whatever you would say. And now I can simply write this thing and I would get this thing, right? I will say e dot args dot, and here I want to show the address, so I want to show the recipient address, so I'll copy this thing and paste it here. If I save this, go back to my application, now you guys can see that everything is working fine, right? Now let's do a thing guys, let's create one more recipient, and I'm copying the same address. You can do it with another one. We'll say Shubham2, okay, whatever you want to say to this. I will click on add recipient, and let's confirm the transaction. Okay, and we have to wait a bit guys. And yeah, recipient saved successfully. Now I guess I have to reload the component. Okay, if I go to my send and came back to recipients, now guys I have two components here, Shubham2, and it would contain this. Now I have to style it well, right? It is not good. In my main div, this is it, I will say flex call, and let's save this, go back to application. Now it is looking good, and I will also say items to be center, right? Go to application, yeah, now it is looking good guys. Okay, we have done that, now guys, what I also want to do here is okay, I will create a select button here, or what I can do, whenever somebody click this thing, so I don't have to create a button guys. So what I will do here, I will style it, and I will say cursor should be pointer. Okay, wait a minute, cursor should be pointer here. Save this thing, go back, and yeah, it is pointer. Now whenever I click this, I want to call a function. I will say on click set recipient. Okay, and I'm going to define this function here. I will say const set recipient, and here I'm simply going to update the state. I will say app dot set address to be, and here I'm going to take the address, and okay, it's not set address, it's set recipient address, right? I want to set the recipient address, set recipient address to this address, which I will take as argument, this address right here. And now I have to also pass the arguments here. I will say, and it is going to be my e.args.recipient, right? The address is going to be this. I will paste it here, and after it guys, what I'm going to do, I will say set message, and I will say here okay, selected the and after that also guys, selected the, here I will say, or what I can do here, I'm also going to take name here so that I can show the name. I will say selected the name and after that address. Okay, now guys, let's pass the name also. Here in my set recipient, I'm going to pass the second argument, which is going to be e.args.recipient name. Copy this, paste it here, and now let's check this out. I will click on this. Now I have to connect it once again. Okay, let's go to recipients. Okay, some error happened, so I have to check this out, what the error is, right? So let's check this out guys. So guys, what I have to do here is to call a function. I can't simply define on click and set recipient and pass the argument. I have to actually call a function and then I'm calling the second function, right? So you have to do this and everything will work fine. If I go back to my application and you would find something like this, and if I wait a minute, I will show you something. I'm removing the address here. Okay, I will go to my recipients, and if I click on any of addresses, any of your recipients, if I click on this thing here, it says that selected the Shubham address. Okay, and if I go back to send.js, okay, my state is updated. It have selected the address. If I remove it once again and go back to recipients, here I will say, I will click on Shubham 2. I will click on it and it selected the Shubham 2 address. Now if I go back to send and my state is updated guys. You can do this with many of the addresses. You can add many of your recipients. I have done it with only my single address, but you know guys, it would work perfectly fine with others too, you know that. And okay, we have done that guys, we have done that. At last, what I'm going to do, I will say this function should be called even after my recipient is updated. So what I can do here, okay, so here I'm going to define what I'm going to define, let's say a random. I will say num set num is equal to use state and initial it is going to be 0, and here I will make this dependent on num, right? And what I'm going to do, after add recipient, after every add recipient, I am going to call I want this use effect to run again, so I will say set num and num plus equal to 1. Okay, or I can simply say num plus plus. So let's check this out, if it work or not, if it update my state or not. So I'm going to paste another address here. So I will copy my third address. Okay, I will copy this address right here and now go back to the first one. Here I will paste the address and I'm going to name it what, let's say I want to name it Rahul. I will click on add recipient and confirm the transaction guys. Wait a minute, we have to wait a bit. And here recipient saved successfully, but I haven't got my third recipient yet, so I have to check what's the problem actually. Okay, if I found anything in console, assignment to a constant variable, add recipients, recipient.js 33 line, right? So I've done something wrong in my 33rd line. So what I can do here, so guys, I can generate a random number here, or what I can do, I will simply set it as true false. I'm going to do it over and over again. So it is going to be initially it is true and here I will say set num false. Okay, or rather what I can do here, guys, I will say, okay, let's make it the same again. Here I will say next num is equal to num plus plus, not plus plus. I will say num plus, not actually this, I will say num plus 1. Yeah, let's do this. And now I'm going to select the next num. Now let's check this out, guys, if it work or not. Next num is now defined. What do you mean? Okay, I have to define it. Actually, I have to pass let or const keyword here. Let's go back to this. For now my state is updated. Now if I click on this Rahul address, okay, selected the Rahul address, and here it would appear. Right, now I'm going to again copy the same address here, and I will paste it here, and I will say, okay, Aman. Right, let's click on add recipient. Okay, we have to wait a bit, guys, and we will wait. Right, you have come so far, we will of course wait now. Okay, it is not updated yet. Something happened. Type assignment to constant variable. What the heck? So I have to fix the problem, guys, and I will be back very soon. Well, guys, what you have to do, you have to simply reload your application and this thing will work fine. What I have done here, I have created a num and I'm saying next num plus 1, so that it would always generate a different number, right? And this is not actually required. You can do this with any state, but I've created a num here and it's fine, guys. Now this thing is working. Now what I can do, in the same address, I will say, I'm going to change the name, but I will say, okay, Jeffrey Bezos. Okay, now I will click on add recipient. Now, guys, we have to confirm the transaction from here, and okay, I'm gonna confirm it. Okay, you have to wait a bit until this recipient. Okay, guys, you can see the recipient is saved and Jeff Bezos is added here. Now if I click on Jeff Bezos and is selected the Jeff Bezos address, and if I go to send, it has been selected. Right, this is working perfectly fine, guys. Okay, it is fine, it is good. Now what I will say, after my add recipient, if the try block successfully done, I will say set recipient address. I will clear the input fields, right? And also set name, set recipient name. Okay, I will also make it a blank string, and it would look good. And yeah, that's it for it, guys. That's it, guys, that's it. Now this thing will work perfectly fine. And also what I want to do here, it should be S, right? Jeff's address and Elon's address. If I go back to application, if I copy the Elon's address, selected the Elon's address, and it would work perfectly fine. So guys, we have created our recipient section. Now what I want to do, I want to create recent transaction and global transaction, and it is going to be very easy, guys. You now know how to work with events, right? How to call the events. So that's it. We will call the events and show the data in recent and global transaction. So let's start creating it also, guys. Well, now guys, let's start creating our Recipients and global transaction section. Okay, so very first what I'm going to do, I will go to my Recipients, right? And here, guys, I'm going to copy the components I've styled before, and it should be here. Yeah, this one. So I'm going to copy this component and paste it in my Recipients. So wait a minute guys, and oh, actually I should have put the div like that, and inside it I will paste this code. Now yep, now we can save this, and now I have to remove some components guys. Like I don't want this loading screen here, loading component here, right? And also I don't want these buttons here, I don't need them, so I will remove these buttons too. Yep, okay. And guys, for now I don't have now these states, so I will remove them, and also this thing here. Okay, if I've saved this and go to my application, app is not defined, let's check this out. Okay, here it is. So for now we'll let it be blank, and also this thing, and yeah, here it is too. I have to remove this class here. Okay guys, now let's check this out, and there is some error. Okay, let's say here I'm going to use my Explorer, so we'll use the context here, and also I will import the app state, right? So I will copy this from my send.js. okay, I will copy this app state and paste it here, and after that guys I can use the context like that. So yep, we have done that, and here guys I will say app.explorer, and for now what I will do here, I will just give it a random string. Okay, I will give it a random string like that. Okay, so let's check this out guys, and go to our recent transaction section. Okay, so I will create this, I will give it a class name. I will say padding should be 3 and text should be white. Now let's check this, and yeah, it looks good. Now guys, what I can do here, we have to flex, and its width should be full. Okay, and it is full. And also guys, this here I will say this should be full too. Okay, now let's check this out, and yeah, it is actually looking good. And guys, what I can do at last, to my this div, it is full. Okay, and I guess this is good. I don't have to reduce its size. And if I do that, if I say 4x5 or whatever, let's check this out. Okay, so what I have to do, I have to give it a flex and justify content to center. Now let's check this, and yeah, now it looks cool. And now guys, we are going to do the same thing we did with our recipients, right? So I am going to copy this use effect from here. I will copy this thing and paste it in my recent transaction, and now I don't want a dependency here. I will remove this, and now rather than calling the recipient event, I will call the transactions event. Transactions, right? Okay, and here I will say trans and tx data. Here I will say tx. Okay, it looks cool. Now I will say set data to tx data, and also inside my query filter I will pass tx. And guys, I have to create a state here, so I will first import use state, and I will real estate. Here I will say const data and set data, use state, and initially it would be a blank array. Okay, so we have done that, guys, and I have called the transaction here. If I show you my Solidity file here, it is transactions, so I don't want to misspell it, so I will copy this thing and paste it here. Okay, now after that, guys, I want to show only my transaction in recent transaction, so I've put the from address and it is indexed so we can filter this data. So in my recent transaction I have put the app.address so that in my recent transaction it would only show my transaction. Okay, and in global transaction we will show all the transaction going on globally. Okay, we have done that. Now what I'm going to do, I will also map this data. Okay, like we did in recent like we did in recipient section, right? Here I will map this. I will say data.map and element, and here I'm going to close these things in last of it. Wait a minute. Okay, God, so I have to close it like that, this and this, not like that. Okay, now everything is good, and I will return this div here. I will return this thing here, and we'll close this in here, right? Okay, now everything is fine. And guys, in my amount section, you know what I have to do. I have to simply write e dot args dot, and what was the parameter? It was amount, right? It was amount, so I will say amount, and rather than showing just like that, I will say I have to import ethers, guys, because I'm going to format the ether. It will show me the data in way, so I want it in ether, so I will import the ethers from ethers, right? Now here, guys, I will say ethers.utils.format ether, and inside it I have to pass this thing. Okay, now I guess it will work, and in my to I will simply write ethers.utils, no, not actually ether.utils, I will say e.args.to, right? Let's check this out. If it is 2, yeah, it is 2, guys. Okay, and after my amount, guys, I will also show the symbol, right? So here I will say e.args.symbol, and yeah, it is symbol. Okay, this is cool. Now I will save this thing, and let's go to application if it is working or not. I will go to, and here, guys, the last thing in Explorer, I will get the transaction hash by e.transaction and hash. So I'm not sure if it is transaction hash, how would I call it? So I will check it out, but first let's give it a random value and go to the application, and use effect is not defined. Okay, I have to import it to use effect and save this thing, go back to my, okay, guys, now it is showing me the data, but the thing is I want it in column wise, right? So I will give here a flex column, rather here I will give it a flex call, and item should be in center. Now let's check this out, guys, and yeah, now it is looking cool. Now it is showing me my recent transaction, and everything is working well. Now I have to check how would I actually get my transaction hash. So back to test.js, and here I will again call this file, right? So that we would get how I am going to call my transaction hash. So I will say node src slash dash.js and call this thing, right? And we have to wait. Okay, and I guess I have to simply write transaction has. So I'm going to copy this and okay, wait a minute guys, I will delete this thing, go back to my recent transaction, and here I will say e.transaction has, right? E.transaction has. Let's save this thing and go back to the application. And now if I click on view transaction, it will, okay, it is working fine, right? And that is what I wanted. Now it is showing me all my transaction, even if it is ETH or it is my ERC20 token, right? It is showing me all of the transaction. And the same thing I am going to do with global TX, so I don't have to invest more time in it. I will simply copy all of the things and paste it in my global TX. Okay, and the only changes we want here is I'm not going to pass my address here, so that it will show me the all of the transaction running globally. Right, now let's go back to the application, and here if I go on global transaction, okay, I've got the transaction, but it is showing me only these 4 because I guess I haven't done any more transaction. But we will test it guys. Everything is working fine as we expected it to be, and this is cool. This is really cool guys. Recipient thing is working, and global transaction, recent transaction. Now last time guys, I'm going to test this. Now I will send transaction with my other wallet, right? Other address. So I will copy this one, and before that, okay, I will copy this address. I will copy this and go back to my account second, and I will do a transaction with this. So what I can do here, I will paste that address, and let's say I want to send 0.1 ether, and let's click on transfer. And guys, I can do the same thing with others chain and it will work perfectly. But why I am using Rinkibi right now, because I also want to show you the ERC20 transaction, and I have only ERC20 in my Rinkibi. Okay, I will test it in Polygon too. I guess I do have a link in Polygon. We will see that. Very first I'm going to use Rinkibi. So let's click on transfer, and we have to wait, right? Okay, 0.1 Rinkibi ETH, and let's confirm the transaction. Okay, transaction is successful. Now guys, if I go to my recent transaction, okay, it is showing me this transaction right here. But if I go to global transaction, it will show me all of the transaction with my other accounts too. So guys, what I wanted in my global transaction, it would also show a from attribute, right? Because we have to also know who sent these transaction. In my global transaction, after my to argument, I will copy the same thing and paste here from, and here it should be from. Now let's check this out guys. I will go to, and yeah, it is showing me the address it transferred from, and to whom it goes, right? And it is showing me the symbol of that currency and also the amount of that currency, and it is looking really cool guys. Okay, it is working perfectly fine. And let's test the same thing with last thing, ERC20 token, of course. So I will go to my chain link in Rinkibi, and let's copy this address, head back to application. I will select this one. Okay, I have 7.8 link here. Now let's say I want to transfer one link to this address. I will click on transfer, and I will confirm the transaction guys. and we will wait, right? What else can we do? We will of course wait. And guys, the transaction got completed, and now it's on my hand if I want to save this transaction or not. Let's say I want to save this one. Once again, I have to pay a little bit of gas fee. So in Polygon, the gas fee reduced significantly, right? So that is why Polygon is amazing thing, and you don't have to learn the development differently. It is the same thing, the same tools we will use, just the different chain. And we have to wait. And yeah, transaction saved. Now if I go to my recent transaction, okay, I have transferred one link and it is showing me, and I can also see the transaction in my Explorer, right? If I go to global transaction, everything is visible here. Okay guys, this is amazing. So that means we have done that. Now if I select Polygon chain, I want to show you guys that it would work for all of the chains, right? And here I will go to Polygon Mumbai. Wait a minute. Polygon Mumbai and chain link token, and let's check guys if it is in Polygon Mumbai or not. Token tracker chain link. Okay, so here it is. I don't know if I do have faucet for it or not. I will copy the address and paste it here, select the token, and yeah, I do have two link here. But guys, the recent transaction and global transaction and also my recipient will show according to the chain. The previous data was all in my Rinkibi chain, and if I check this in my Polygon chain, you won't find anything. No recent transaction, no global transaction. Okay, because we have deployed the smart contract separately in all of the chain, and we have to do it separately, right? Now let's do a thing. One more time, let's transfer this thing. So I'm going to transfer it to this address, and you know, our recipient thing, everything is working fine, and this thing will also work fine, you guys know that. But for the sake of this, we would say, okay, I won't say anything. We would wait and see the thing, right? Okay, the transaction has been done, and if I go to view transaction, now it is showing me the transaction in my Polygon Mumbai, right? But it would also take few time to actually reflect the transaction here. Okay, so until then, now let's check. Okay, yeah, it is working. Now if I click on save, I will save the transaction. Wait a minute guys, and here, okay, here I will confirm the transaction here, and we would wait until it actually saved the transaction. And here guys, if I go to recent transaction, wait a minute, I'm in my recent transaction, but it is not showing me right now. And why is that? Why is that guys? So I have to check this out, and I will be back very soon. Okay, well guys, the error here is actually not in my code, but in the MetaMask RPC URL, right? Because it is not allowing me to get the data of a big block height. Block height means a very fast block, I would say, right? And it is not showing me data for it. And in this case guys, you might have to use services like Alchemy and Infura with the paid services, because they will also allow with only some of the length of blocks, right? They won't allow you to call the very fast blocks or whatever. So this is the error with it. And if anyone know how to solve this without paying actually funds, please write in the comment. Many of people will be get helped by you, right? So guys, for Polygon it is not working, but if I go to my Rinkiby or Robston, it is working. So let's head back to the Rinkiby. So actually the MetaMask itself uses Infura, and it is not restricting me to call the data of my Rinkiby, but rather it is disallowing me to call the data for Polygon, right? So it's okay guys, we at least know that our application is working perfectly fine. Okay, now if I go to Robston, and a little thing I want to do here is select any ERC20 token, robston.etherscan.io. let's go here and check view tokens. Let's check tokens here. Okay, and I will say view ERC20 transfers, and it is some try-on token. Let's copy the address, and if I paste the ERC address here, select. Okay, now you can see everything is working fine. It is showing me the currency symbol, and my balance of that. But the thing we stuck right in is with Polygon Mumbai, right? It is restricting me, the MetaMask is restricting me the call the data to MetaMask. But it is okay. You can deploy the application in your Robston or Rinkiby, or you can do it with mainnet also, right? Okay guys, so now here I don't have recent transaction. Okay, so let's do a transaction in here and let's check if it is working fine or not, right? So I will send 0.2 Rinkiby Ether here, and I will call the transfer. Confirm the transaction. Well, transaction successful. And if I go to recent transaction, so the MetaMask provider is working perfectly fine with Robston, Rinkiby, or my Ethereum nets, right? But in Polygon Mumbai it is not working fine. So guys, if you have solution for it, put it in the comment so that people will use the solution and will be get helped by you, right? So do it guys. Now we have created our application successfully, and congratulations for all of you, right? Well, now guys, what I'm going to do, I am going to deploy this application to Vercel, right? So that we can access it with HTTPS with anywhere. So here I'm going to do, I will say git add and -a, after that git commit. So I've done it already, but you have to do these steps: --a-m and completed project, right? Okay, now what I'm going to do, I will create a GitHub repository for it. So I will say here new repository, and repository name is going to be PayPal, Web3 PayPal. I will say Web3 PayPal. Okay, now I'm not putting description here. It would be a public repository and not a readme file. I don't want it, so I will simply create repository. And here what I have to do, I will say git remote add origin. I have to add origin, right? So here I'm going to paste this and put enter. Now you have to simply write git push -u origin, git push -u origin main. Okay, let's check. I will say git origin. Oh, wait a minute guys. So you have to do the few steps here, main, and also I'm going to put this command, and this will push my all the files here to GitHub, right? Okay, it has been done. Now let's go to GitHub, reload this repository, and everything is here, guys. Now if you want reference, you can come here, and if you want the images I've used, you can come here, guys, and check this out, right? It have images and everything here. And now, guys, let's go to Vercel, and here I know you guys will log in or sign up, whatever. You can do that. Now here I will create new project, and it will show me the GitHub repo, and it is Web3 PayPal. I'm going to import this, and I don't have any environment variables right now, so I will simply deploy this. And guys, it will also take few time, so until then what I'm going to do, I will pause the recording because it is going to take minutes, right? Few minutes. So well, guys, my application is deployed in Vercel. Now if I click on go to dashboard, and here is my application for PayPal. So let's go to application and see if everything is working fine here or not. So I will select connect to MetaMask, connect, and why not, guys? Everything will work perfectly fine, right? My recent transaction, global transaction, everything is work fine. Now if I go to, it is Robston, if I go to Rinkiby, it would show me all the transactions happened before, right? I will switch the network, and this is my global transaction. This is my recent recipients. Okay, it doesn't have this, the address doesn't have recipients, so I will move back to the first one, connect this one, and if I come back to recipients, it is showing me it, right? Okay, it means it is working fine in here. Now guys, thank you for watching this whole video, and please like this video if you really like the project, and subscribe the channel, of course. I'm so happy.